Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? That's right, Rooster. 2 days left of the single life. Good morning, Travis. Your family's doing good, I hope. Sika, Echo, Tim, Sam, Rooster, Travis, everybody. Good morning, everybody. It's good news, Travis. Good news. Hang on, guys. All right, just taking care of some technical stuff here. Ah, hell. Oh. Well, well, well. Good morning, everybody. Rooster, you're starting to feel different now that you're going to be married in 2 days? Mm. Oh, your life will change forever after Saturday evening, Rooster. It'll never be the same. Not saying it's going to be bad, but it'll never be the same. That's why you should have had a bachelor party so you could go out and with a bang, so to speak. Good morning, Kemper. How you doing? Good morning, Alvision. Thank you, Kemper. It's Throwback Thursday. It's also a warm up for Wimbenyama Wednesday. We've got some Spurs tickets to give away. Yeah, well, Tabmaster's wrong. You're never too old, Rooster. Never too old. Yeah, Sika, he is back on Monday. Damn, it's cold in here.
Liftoff from Cape Canaveral sent the Polaris Dawn into a record high orbit above the Earth. The altitudes not seen by any astronaut since the Apollo missions of the 1970s. The historic.
He will be back on Monday, Tim. He was only gone this week. Can't believe they still have the VMAs, man. What the heck is up with that? Yeah, I know where they show music videos that they have video music awards. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't get it. That's why you should not gives the ultimate protection. Standing seam metal roof from Southwest Metal Roofing Systems. The difference in price between after Saturday, Kemper, he won't have to do that anymore. Maybe. All right, everybody, stand by. Good morning and welcome into Thursday, the 12th day of September. 104 days until Christmas, 77 days till Thanksgiving, 54 days till the 2024 election, 49 days till Halloween, 42 days until ApelkaCon, and only 19 days till the first VP debate. That'll be on CBS. And Charity, how the heck are you this morning?
I'm doing great on a Friday Eve.
Yes.
Things are looking up.
Yes,
That's
they are.
always a positive.
They are looking up when we get closer to Friday, the best day of the week, I think.
Amen.
So lots to get to this morning. Hurricane Francine made landfall in Louisiana as a Category 2 storm, is now a tropical storm. Am I correct on that?
You are.
All right. Consumer inflation fell to a 3-year low in August. And former President Donald Trump says no to a second debate so far.
I wonder if he'll change his mind. He's saying only losers ask for rematch. So he thinks he won the debate. But I'm hoping he changes his mind, that the American people want it. I think both sides want it.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the ratings were through the roof for this one. So why not do another one?
Well, I mean, who benefits most from it, I guess, is the question.
Well, that's the good question there. And just the Taylor Swift, supporting Kamala Harris has got a big boost in the voter registration website. What, 300,000 people?
Yeah, I
Just
clicked on
off
that
of her.
link. Yeah.
That's amazing. And of course, Elon Musk had something to say about Taylor Swift being a single cat lady. He said that he would give her a kid. Now I'm offering up one of his kids, because he's got a lot.
I think he's poking fun at the fact that he is so fertile, apparently. So
that he has a bunch of kids, like an NBA player.
Like 11. I'm not quite sure
like
on that.
Something like that. All right, we've got a lot to get to this morning, and you can win a 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game. I'll tell you how you can do that coming up. But right now, let's get traffic and weather together. Mostly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. And then on Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. 63 degrees in Kerrville, Texas. 70 in Cibolo, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:13. Coming up, I'm going to tell you how you can win a 4-pack of Spurs tickets to a Spurs preseason game. We're calling it a Wembanyama warm-up, or warm-up Wembanyama, because, normally we do the Wembanyama Wednesday, but yesterday we were kind of busy. So how about we just call it Wembanyama Spurs Day instead of Thursday?
Whatever you want to go with.
We'll tell you how you can win tickets coming right up. But I ran across this story yesterday and get a chance to get to it. There was a guy in Columbus, Ohio. His name's Mike Flint. And back in 1984, he signed up for a membership to the ZZ Top fan club, a lifetime membership. Cost him about $100, and he won tickets for life, concert tickets for life. That was 40 years ago, and he's still getting tickets. Taylor Swift's known to take care of her fans, but come on, ZZ Top, tickets to every ZZ Top concert that comes through his town for 40 years.
Wow.
Okay. And he's got them for life.
So is ZZ still performing?
Yes,
live?
They are.
Okay.
Yes, they are. They have, I forget the guy's name that's filling in on the bass for him, but they're still out there. They're still out there.
Okay, minus Dusty Hill, of course. Yeah.
Yes, I forget who's playing bass now. But he bought the lifetime membership to the ZZ Top Fan Club after the Eliminator tour in 1983. Said it was the best concert he ever went to, so he signed up for the fan club and won tickets for life.
I saw ZZ Top in concert at a USAA company Christmas party, and I mean, it's amazing.
They're fun.
I was just so just starstruck because I grew up watching the ZZ Top videos on my MTV. So to see them with their long beards and just rocking out, it was pretty amazing. Yeah, they're just a lot of fun. And believe it or not, they used to show videos on MTV, but yet they don't do that anymore, and they still had the Video Music Awards. I don't get that. Yeah, well, you can find the music videos online, and MTV, I think, knows that at this point. They're just still trying to, be relevant. But the stars still show up, so I guess that's what's
true.
important.
That's
Yeah.
true. Well, good luck to MTV on that then, because I haven't checked out MTV in I don't know how many years.
Same.
Yeah. Show me some videos. I might go back. All right, coming up, we're going to tell you how you can win a 4-pack of Spurs tickets to an upcoming preseason game. Not just once, but twice this morning, we will give away a 4-pack. That's coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:15. All right. Yeah, I used to watch it religiously when it first started, but yeah, now I haven't checked out MTV. I don't even know if I have MTV right now because I haven't been to it. I remember when it first started, I would turn it on and just go with it, let it go 24 hours a day in the apartment I lived in. That thing was on. If we were there, we were watching it. Yeah, Travis, I'm actually watching it on one of the monitors in here as well. They're getting ready. It looks like in about 3. Getting ready to do their spacewalk soon. All it says is soon. Yeah, I don't either, Rooster. I don't know where it's at. I have no idea. No idea. Yeah, I don't even know if they were still showing videos in 1990, Travis, because I was an adult by then and living with a woman and watching MTV all day was not going to happen. Yeah, I was 17, I believe, when it came out. Might have been 18. I don't know, but it was great, man.
Asset you can sell. I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors just like you. And at AbacusPace.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just a second. There are no fees, no obligations. Value of your life insurance.
Yeah, same year. You're right. We have the same age. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and we'll tell you how you can win a 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game, not just once this morning, but twice this morning. Once in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll give away a 4-pack, and in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll give away a 4-pack. Charity, what else is going on?
Tuesday's presidential debate saw a big bump in viewership. The first all-civilian spacewalk is about to take place on SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission, and the punishment phase has concluded for the couple whose dogs killed an elderly man last year. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Starting to heat up. Just how hot will it get? We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 71 degrees in New Braunfels, 73 at the Bun and Barrel, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 521. Spurs season is upon us. It's right around the corner. So today on our Talkback feature, available on that free iHeartRadio app, Charity, we're going to ask people, we need a nickname for Victor Wembanyama. You know, David Robinson was the Admiral. Tim Duncan was the big fundamental, and a lot of people have called Wembanyama the alien. But I like to hear something a little bit different.
I heard Slender Man.
I love that one, by the way. Love that one.
But I'm sure. I mean, he is so incredible. He deserves more than one nickname.
Sure.
And I always my go-to is Wemby. Wemby.
See, Wemby's okay, but that's just short for his name. How about Wembanyama?
That's a good one. I can hear Bill Schoning's voice right now saying that.
Because, I mean, every time he does something, I always say, wow. So why not just make it part of his name? Wembanyama.
I like it. Yeah.
So we're going to take your input on the Talkback feature. Charity, how do they do that?
The free iHeartRadio app, you launch it, search it, 1200 WOAI, and you're going to see a red circle. That is the Talkback feature. And once you hit it, 30 seconds to sound off, let us know a good nickname for Wemby.
Yeah, and I've got 2 4-packs of tickets to give away to a Spurs preseason game. It'll either be against the Thunder, Magic, or the Jazz. That would be the 7th, 9th, or 12th of October. And it's all courtesy of our good friends at Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. So I'm hoping for some good nicknames, because I would like to see him get one that sticks.
And our listeners never disappoint.
Never.
So we're going to have no trouble giving out those 2 4-packs of Spurs tickets. No problem whatsoever.
And just face it, look, the Spurs are going to be a lot better this year. So the tickets to the games are going to get harder and harder to get. So this is a good chance for a family 4-pack. You can take you, your wife, 2 kids if you only have 2 kids, or invite a couple if you don't have any.
Yeah.
And go to the game.
I am expecting for us to eventually see Wembanyama in person at the Frostbank Center. I think this is going to be our season.
Yeah. And now that Chris is no longer going to be doing these Spurs games, he can actually go to a game with us. We can all go together.
Let it be a Friday night game.
Well,
That's my special request.
Yeah. I'll go Saturday night, but Friday or Saturday. But Friday would be the best.
For sure.
Yeah, because, Fridays are always just fun to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, I've got 2 4-packs of tickets to give away. We'll give one away in the 6 o'clock hour and 1 4-pack away in the 8 o'clock hour. And that's all you got to do is come up with just a catchy nickname for Victor Wembanyama. So, Charity says Slender Man. I say Wembanyama. That's the 2 you got to beat right now. That's, the bar's kind of low.
Yeah, I think victory.
Ooh.
Ooh. I like the ring of that.
Yeah, that's got a great ring to it, especially if there's a lot of them. We like a lot of victories. All right, that is coming up. Coming up at 5:40, we're going to check in with meteorologist Ray Stajic from the Weather Channel, get the latest on what was once Hurricane Francine is now Tropical Storm Francine. He joins us coming up at 5:40. WOAI News Time, 525. And we're back. So anybody got a nickname? Second Tower of America. So I like that, Echo. Bun and Barrel is on Austin Highway, Tim. Hello, Bob. How you doing, Bob? Everything okay, Bob? Man, if you were here and you went to the Bun and Barrel back in the heyday, wow. Fantastic. They used to have a class. I think they still have the classic car shows on Saturday nights where a bunch of cars pull up in the parking lot. Man, food's pretty good too. Pretty damn good, actually. So if you get a chance, go check it out. Austin Highway. Just right off of Broadway. When you hit Austin Highway, just a little bit up on the right. Good to hear, Bob. So are you, when is your second date with Cindy, Bob? No, it's still open. Hang on. My daughter lives right by there. You can't, man. Please don't close the Bun and Barrel. Temporarily closed. Yeah, temporarily closed. What a trip. Bummer. Bummer, bummer, bummer. Yeah, that's what happens when you go to a place for a while. Well, that sucks. Man, now I'm bummed out, man. Thanks for bringing me down, Travis. Yeah, temporarily closed for the last 2 years. Yeah, that's great. Why are you shy about calling her, man? Call her, Bob. Just call her, Bob. She's waiting for you to call. So all you got to do is call. No, you should be a song like that. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was checking out the talkbacks coming in. Sorry. Very good, Rooster, for picking up on that, man. Way to go. Man, guy's fixing to get married and he's all over it. See, listen to Kemper, man. And look at Bob. Way to go, Bob. You know, Sick of Pollen, that's the one that RK just sent in. Win Binyama. I like it. So everybody thinks, Bob, that you should call Cindy and go out on that second date and just do it. What's the worst that can happen, Bob? She'll say no. Then you don't ask her anymore when she says no, unless you want to be a pest. Or, try to, convince her. I think they call that stalking, right, Kemper? All right, guys, here's Charity. I'll be right back.
5:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the presidential debate reviews are in, and a historic spacewalk is about to take place. We'll have details, first traffic, and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 73. Right now, 74 degrees. Reviews from critics are pouring in after the ABC News presidential debate on Tuesday. Here's Fox's Kevin Cork.
To read the critics, Trump didn't just lose. It was, quote, Trump's 9/11. Worst performance of his career, screamed the Drudge Report. Unheard said it was the night Trump lost the election. Politico opined it was Donald Trump's night in the worst possible way. But others said it, frankly, was not a fair fight. Actually, more like 3 against 1. Trump against the VP and the ABC moderators, Muir and Davis, who, said critics, framed questions in order to hurt Trump and didn't fact-check both candidates.
Nielsen data says the debate garnered over 57 million viewers across 7 networks, roughly 6 million more than the June debate between former President Trump and then candidate President Biden. A Pakistani man living in Texas has been indicted on charges that he was trying to orchestrate an elaborate murder-for-hire plot that was targeting several politicians, including former President Trump. The Justice Department says Asif Merchant, who has ties to Iran, had started to recruit who we thought would be hitmen. They turned out to be undercover federal agents. The 46-year-old was arrested back in July at his home in Houston. He remains in custody. If convicted, Merchant faces life behind bars. Republicans are refusing to bend to pressure and are keeping a controversial voter security plan as part of a larger government funding bill. Carrie Lockie has more.
The so-called SAVE Act, which requires proof of citizenship to register to vote, pushed by Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. He says there is proof illegal immigrants are trying to cast ballots.
Since 2021, Texas has removed over 6,500 non-citizens from its voter rolls.
Opponents say citizenship is already a requirement to register. The standoffs creating the potential for a government shutdown. Former President Trump took to social media this week, urging his fellow Republicans not to back down. Carrie Lockie, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is pulling a government funding bill after GOP support collapsed. A vote was scheduled for yesterday, but over a dozen Republicans withdrew their support for the proposed legislation that's tied to voter ID laws. The stopgap plan would keep the government funded into March. If a funding plan is not passed, the government will shut down on October 1st. Hurricane Francine made landfall in Louisiana yesterday evening, bringing widespread flooding and high winds to the south. Fox weather meteorologist Janice Manar is in Gulfport, Mississippi with more.
What we're most concerned with now is the isolated tornado potential and the storm surge. Now, the storm, yes, Francine has made landfall as a Category 2 in southern Louisiana. It has since weakened to a tropical storm and is expected to continue to weaken as we go through this next, say, 12 to 24-hour period. We are still expecting a lot of rain. To that point, I want to jump over to Louisiana very quickly and stay in New Orleans, where we do have flash flood emergencies in place right now. We have over 300,000 power outages across southern Louisiana and a lot of rain.
President Biden has approved an emergency declaration for Louisiana ahead of the storm's arrival. The world's first all-civilian spacewalk is about to take place on the Polaris Dawn mission. The SpaceX mission launched 4 people into orbit Tuesday morning, including American billionaire Jared Isaacman, with the goal of making the world's first private spacewalk. The liftoff from Cape Canaveral sent the Polaris Dawn into a record-high orbit above the Earth to altitudes not seen by any astronaut since the Apollo missions of the 1970s. The historic spacewalk will see the crew spend a couple of hours exposed to the vacuum of space. Well, a rock and roll Hall of Famer is being credited with saving a woman's life in Nashville. Here's Fox's Jack Callahan.
Rocker Bon Jovi was filming a music video Tuesday on a pedestrian bridge over the Cumberland River in Nashville when a distraught woman was spotted on the wrong side of the railing. Bon Jovi and a production assistant approached the woman slowly, engaging her in conversation, before finally helping her back across the railing and onto the bridge. Bon Jovi then embraced the woman, and together they walked to a safer part of the bridge. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
Both sides have rested their cases in the punishment phase for the San Antonio couple whose dogs attacked and killed an elderly man last year. Christian Moreno and Abilene Schneider pled guilty to the charges that the 3 dogs killed 81-year-old Ramon Nahara and injured Nahara's wife. All 3 dogs were put down. Yesterday, jurors heard testimony from character witnesses and watched a recorded police interview with Schneider. Sentencing is set for September 20th. The state is asking for the maximum of 20 years. Week 2 of the NFL season gets underway tonight. Here's Fox's Joe Morgan.
It's an important division matchup as the Bills travel to Miami to face the Dolphins at 8:15 Eastern. Both teams are 1-0 after winning their opening games of the season, and the winner will have an early leg up in the AFC East. The Dolphins will be without running back Raheem Mostert after he suffered a chest injury in their win over the Jaguars on Sunday. Mostert led the NFL in 2023 with 18 rushing touchdowns. For the Bills, quarterback Josh Allen is 11-2 against Miami, accounting for 41 touchdowns in those games. Allen did suffer an injury to his non-throwing hand against the Cardinals in Week 1. Joe Morgan, Fox News.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check if your money in the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. Still taking your input. We're looking for a good nickname for Victor Wembanyama. The best one will win a 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game. But right now, we're joined by meteorologist Ray Stajic from the Weather Channel. So now, Tropical Storm Francine, where's it headed and where's it at right now?
Yeah, tropical storm, 45 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. As of the last update, 60 miles north of New Orleans now, the center. So that puts it in south central Mississippi. Now very heavy rainfall and flash flooding occurring around Jackson, Mississippi, and all working north. And now the rain shield's getting as far north and west as Memphis and even into Fort Smith, Arkansas, and as far east as parts of Georgia. Severe weather along the Panhandle. Just saw a tornado pop up around the Big Bend in Florida. Big storms on the east side and some of these outer bands with heavy rain. So it looks like now as it heads north, on the east side, there'll be a flash flood and severe weather threat. So eastern Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and the heavy rain threat moving up the heart of the state of Mississippi, too. So inland flooding, one of the bigger threats from landfalling tropical systems, along with the severe weather element, will continue. And it could continue for the next maybe couple of days as the storm continues to slow down.
And Ray, this region is no stranger to hurricanes. In terms of impact, this seems pretty minimal at this point. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, I guess you could say. I mean, New Orleans hit pretty hard with flooding. There was a flood emergency at one point yesterday. Winds, when it came on shore, strengthened to a Cat 2, had a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust in central Louisiana. But, we'll really analyze when the sun comes up this morning. At one point, close to 400,000 customers without power in the state of Louisiana. We'll see more power outages along the center of the storm as it moves through Mississippi and Alabama. But as we said, a Cat 2 and a minimal Cat 2 produced some damage, but certainly not widespread. Heavy rainfall concentrate to the areas in and around New Orleans and Lake Pontchartrain, about 8 to 12 inches. Some of the rain totals may get into the 3 to 6 inch range here from this point forward, but that could be cumulative over the next few days. Other systems, though, out in the tropical Atlantic and one closer to home off the Carolina coast by early next week could develop into a subtropical or tropical system.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about our weather. Are we going to see any rain? I know we're not going to see anything from Francine, but anytime in the near future?
Right now, don't have much chance of rain the rest of the week. Temperatures are going to get back closer to 100. Maybe a small chance over the weekend or early next week. But at this point, don't see any real big rain events that are going to help us much. In for a dry stretch, nothing in the tropics with multiple systems sitting out there now. Look like they're going to affect us here in the next 5 to 7 days. And so it looks like mainly dry weather expected probably right through the weekend.
So what's your best guess, Ray? Do we have to wait till mid-October for it to feel like fall? I mean,
yeah. That's probably about right. The temperatures, as we said, will be above average, and we'll stay dry. The outlook for the winter, the next outlook coming up would be for at or slightly above average temperatures. So trend may continue here with the mild weather over the next few days. We'll see what happens in the months to come. Speaking of seasonal forecasting, we're seeing right now in the tropics an increase in activity, but still now starting to run a little bit behind pace for this 25 name storm thing. We are on the F storm, but at this point, besides Francine, although there's 1, 2, 3, 4 other elements the Hurricane Center has its eyes on, nothing looks real impressive to become a named storm. That system off the coast of the Carolinas got a shot, but the message being seasonal forecasting is tough. So we'll see what happens, not only for our weather in the near future and the months ahead, but also in the tropical Atlantic in the 2 peak months here, September and October.
All right, before I let you go, since Francine's an F, I'm pretty sure a G is next. What's the next name?
Oh, I knew somebody was going to ask that question. Let's see, A, B, C, D. Hold on a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
That's okay. See, I just know that the G comes after F because I remember that from my school days. Yes.
I always got to count. I got to sing it to myself, always myself, too. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Sorry about that, Ray. As Ray's looking for the G name of the storm. Gordon.
It was an easy one. Yeah, I should have known that. But,
okay, that's a good one.
Mind elsewhere. Yeah, it's an easy one, too.
I like that one. Ray, have a great day. That is meteorologist Ray Stajic from the Weather Channel. Coming up next, we go back in time. We call it Flashback. WOEI News Time, 5:45. And we're back. Good morning, Frankie. Lay Your Hands on Me would have been a good one. I don't know that much about Bon Jovi other than, the hits, I guess you would call it. But Living on the Prayer, probably not the best choice. Everything going on good, Frankie? Everything going okay? Are we having a good day? Oh.
Can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you are 75 or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma,
Kick cancer's ass, man. Cancer sucks. I'm a cancer survivor, Frankie, so I know it sucks. I got lucky, didn't have to go through any treatment, but I still had it. It cost me a kidney, but hey, I give up a kidney over chemotherapy or anything like that, man. God bless you, and good thoughts, man.
I'm talking about advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics. If you're tired of arthritic pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder, this is something you need to look into. Regenerative medicine is amazing, and the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are experts in these incredible treatments.
Oh, I'm fine today. That was 5 years ago that I had to give up a kidney because it had stage 4 cancer on my kidney. But everything's good. And as my one of my favorite bands says, Triumph, fight the good fight, Frankie. Fight the good fight.
Thousands of satisfied patients, and the consultation is totally free. So call now, take action, and get lasting joint pain relief with help from QC Kinetics. 210-571-0318, Hollywood Park, Westover Hills, and New Braunfels. All right, San Antonio, if you're wanting to sell your car, do you want the most money for your used car?
Yeah, sure you do. Give me the VIN.com. Yep, I see him opening it up right now. Cool. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, it's time to go back in time. Where will we land? You'll have to stick around and find out. Charity, are you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's go. Ah. All right, Charity, 2008, 2009, 2010.
2009?
I'll go with that one. I think that's about right. Let's go with that one.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Just
Wow,
missed
we
it.
were so close. So close. All right, Charity, what else is going on?
Well, VP Kamala Harris is the subject of cheating claims made by some Republicans over Tuesday's debate. Now in a tropical storm, Francine has knocked out power to hundreds of thousands in Louisiana, and City Council will vote on the Mission's downtown stadium proposal today. We'll have more coming up, bringing out traffic and weather.
Mostly sunny today, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot again, highs in the upper 90s. 73 degrees at Fort Sam Houston, 70 in Cipolo, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 552. Spurs preseason basketball is about to get underway. Can you believe it's already going to be Spurs season?
I'm ready.
They've got a game on October 7th, another one on October 9th, and another one on October 12th. We've got a 4-pack of tickets to give away, 2 4-pack of tickets to give away, one in the 6 o'clock hour and one in the 8 o'clock hour. And all you got to do is hit our talkback feature. And Charity, how do they do that?
The free iHeartRadio app. Download it if you don't have it already from the App Store. Launch it. Search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback feature. Hit it. 30 seconds to let us know.
Yeah, we need a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama and that 4-pack of tickets for a Spurs preseason game brought to you by Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. Let's start it off with Danny in Pipe Creek.
Good morning, y'all. This is Danny in Pipe Creek. How about for Victor, the name The French Connection?
Okay.
Have a great Thursday morning.
That's okay. French Connection. Like it?
Yeah, I like it.
I like it. It was a good movie. I like it. All right, here's another one.
Good morning. This is the rideshare guy. I'm going to go with Limby Wimby because he has long limbs and yeah, that's all I got.
That's a good
Y'all
one.
have a good one.
Limby Wimby.
It rhymes.
It does.
It's funny. I like it. Yeah.
RK checking in.
RK here. I'm going to say Win-B-Yama. That's W-I-N, capital B. You know the rest. All right. Y'all have a good day. Bye.
All right, let's head up to Canyon Lake.
This is Mr. McKenzie from Canyon Lake. A nickname for Victor would be the Towering Inferno.
Ooh.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Ooh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good because he's tall and he's always hot.
Yeah.
All right, one more.
Good morning, WOAI team. This is Johnny from New Braunfels. Let's see, I got 1 or 2 for you. How about Victor Hightower Wembanyama or Hightower Wemby?
Hightower.
Have a good rest of your day.
Hightower. That reminds me of the Police Academy movies.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like it though. It's a good one.
I
That's a
don't know.
good one.
Limby Wimby.
That's got a ring to it, doesn't it?
It really does.
All right, let's see. We're gonna go. Okay, here we go. Here's one more.
Hey, good morning, Charity. This is Trucker Dave here in San Antonio. I want to go with the name Wham Bam Yama. He's a winner, baby.
I like that one.
Wham Bam Yama.
See, I could hear Bill Schoening doing that one.
Big time, yeah.
That's another Wham Bam Yama.
That's good.
Okay. That's a tough one, man. That's right now, I guess it could be the one to beat.
It's definitely between Limby Wimby and Wham Bam Yama for me
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, I did like the Win Yama. But that, look, I like Wham Bam Yama. Towering Inferno is another good one.
We've gotten some good ones so far. I have a feeling there's more, though, coming.
Yeah, and feel free. People get in there and let us know. I've got 2 4-packs of tickets to give away to the Spurs preseason game. One in the 6 o'clock hour, one coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. All you got to do is beat those. It's not that hard, right?
Not at all.
Yeah, you said Slender Man, which I like a lot, but that's a good one. It's a good one.
Well, considering he's embraced that
Yes.
moniker, I think he rocked a Halloween costume
he
or
did.
something last season. Yeah.
Yes,
so.
he did. So, and look, I'm expecting good things from the Spurs this year. Really good things. I don't know if they're going to go out and win a championship, but they're definitely going to be better than they were last year.
Well, I think we'll definitely be in the playoffs, and
I hope so.
Wembanyama is settling in now, and he came off the disappointment of his French team losing in the Olympics, but I think he's ready, and he has that hunger, that desire. He wants that first championship, and he's going to get it.
That's what we need, that hunger, that desire. And I think he showed a lot of people in the Olympics that he's here for real and he's ready to go. Because he is.
He definitely showcased his talent, that's for sure.
Definitely. All right. So we're going to give away those tickets coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. And look, you see what's out there right now. If you can beat it, get it in there. Even if you can't, entertain us. That's what we're looking for, right, Charity?
Absolutely.
All right. Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, amongst things we will be doing, we'll check in with White House correspondent John Decker at 6:40, and of course Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days right after that. WOAI News Time 5:57. Oh, Ed, we're back. There he goes. He's heading out. They're doing the spacewalk. I like the French Connection, but you're right, that was Tony. What's a Buffalo Sabre? You got that right, Tim. They cannot be any worse. Doesn't necessarily have to be catchy, Rooster. It just has to be good. Come on. Echo, if that happens, if an alien spacecraft comes by and yanks that guy out, that would be awesome. Not for him, but for us. Okay, okay. All right, guys, I'll be right back.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Francine is now a tropical storm, and a critical vote tied to a downtown Missions baseball stadium takes place today. Details coming up. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Well, after making landfall in Louisiana yesterday, Tropical Storm Francine continues to hammer the south with heavy wind and rain. Here's Fox Weather senior meteorologist Janice Dean.
45-mile-per-hour sustained wind, so it is a tropical storm. Made landfall yesterday around 5 p.m. Eastern time, and it's just north of New Orleans, the center of circulation. Top wind report over 100 miles per hour. It was a Category 2 storm when it made landfall, and it continues to move northward. We have wind gusts in excess of 28 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour in Slidell. So a big impact for a lot of states as the storm continues to push northward. The power outages, close to 400,000 without power for southeastern Louisiana, including the New Orleans area.
Meanwhile, the National Hurricane Center is monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic. A historic spacewalk is taking place. American billionaire Jared Isaacman is doing some expected bending around, a sort of dance in the vacuum of space that's meant to test out how SpaceX's new spacewalking suits move as part of its Polaris Dawn mission.
SpaceX copies. And EV1, when you have time, if you'd like to return to the REACH demonstration, we'll take a look at that with a live video.
SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission launched 4 people into orbit Tuesday with the goal of making the world's first private spacewalk. The liftoff from Cape Canaveral sent the Polaris Dawn into a record high orbit above the Earth to altitudes not seen by any astronaut since the Apollo missions of the 1970s. This marks the very first commercial spacewalk. Well, initial viewership numbers show ratings soared for the first debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Nielsen reports more than 67 million people watched the showdown across the 4 major networks and 4 cable channels. In comparison, just over 51 million tuned in for the June debate between Trump and President Biden. The most watched debate ever was the first between Trump and Hillary Clinton in 2016, which drew 84 million viewers. And some are asking whether the earrings worn by Kamala Harris in the debate were actually a listening device. Here's Fox's Sue Guzman.
There was widespread speculation by Trump supporters on X that those gold and pearl earrings worn by Kamala Harris Tuesday night were a state-of-the-art Bluetooth listening device, something banned by debate organizer ABC. People argue they bore an uncanny resemblance to audio earrings made by Nova H1. The Daily Mail reached out to the managing director of the company, who acknowledged the resemblance was striking, but neither confirmed nor denied it was their product. The company telling Just the News they're even developing a male version of the product that could be made available for the Trump campaign should they want it. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Speaking in Kyiv, Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced more than $700 million in humanitarian aid for Ukraine.
As we're meeting here today, we're again seeing Putin dust off his winter playbook, targeting Ukrainian energy and electricity systems to weaponize the cold against the Ukrainian people. That's why today we're announcing $325 million in new funding to help repair Ukraine's energy and electric grid.
This comes one day after Ukraine fired a drone strike towards Moscow, marking the largest strike on Russia by the European nation. A 12-year-old boy accused of threatening 7 schools online will remain in custody until his next court hearing. The juvenile suspect made his first court appearance yesterday after his arrest Sunday. He's accused of posting a picture of a gun along with the names of 7 San Antonio area schools at upcoming dates this month. The boy's mother told the judge he was just making a joke, but the probation department said the boy has a history of this sort of behavior. His next detention hearing will be September 25th. Well, the San Antonio Missions minor league baseball team needs a new stadium, and city council is going to vote on it today.
Major League Baseball has told the Missions that Wolf Stadium, the team's home, is not suitable anymore. MLB is given until October 15th for a binding detailed commitment on a deal framework for a new downtown stadium. Essentially, several downtown city blocks near San Pedro Creek would have to be redeveloped, including the Soap Factory apartments. The deal involves moving those residents elsewhere in waves and obtaining a baseball field from SAISD's Fox Tech High School. The unnamed 4,500-seat stadium would open in 2028 at a cost of around $160 million. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy, Chris Duell on vacation. Coming up this hour at 6:40, we'll check in with White House correspondent John Decker after the Philly debate now is history. Will there be another debate? And what do the polls say after the debate? He's got the answers to that coming up at 6:40. At 6:50, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game, courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. And how you win those is all you have to do is go to our Talkback feature available on that free iHeartRadio app. Once you get it, search 1200 WOAI. We're looking for a nickname for Victor Wembanyama. We usually do a Wembanyama Wednesday. This is a warm-up Wembanyama Spurs Day. So we're just trying to get you ready for the Spurs, right, Charity?
Absolutely. And he can always use, another nickname. I mean, I guess we call him Wemby. That's what I hear the most.
Yeah.
But that's just, an abbreviation of his last name, Wembanyama. So we can do better.
And I think Wemby is because a lot of people can't say Wembanyama.
Yeah, that too.
It happens. It happens. All right. Coming up right after traffic and weather together, what happened after the debate? Will there be another debate? And how about Taylor Swift's endorsement of Kamala Harris? We'll talk about that right now, traffic and weather. Mostly sunny skies today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. It is 71 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas, 73 in Leon Valley, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:11. Well, right after the debate on Tuesday night, Taylor Swift put her endorsement in for Kamala Harris for president. And as of yesterday at 2 o'clock, after Taylor Swift put a link to the vote.org in her post that endorsed Kamala Harris, 337,000 people, over 337,000 people had used that link as of 2 p.m. yesterday. I'm sure it's higher now.
Yeah. We'll see what that means as far as who those people end up voting for. Because I've heard mixed things. Like there's a large contingent of Republicans that are fans of Taylor Swift. I don't know what the breakdown is between Republican and Democrat.
Good question.
But at least people are registering to vote. It's hopefully motivated them to pay attention and get involved a little bit. But as far as where they will cast their ballot, that remains unknown.
Yeah, but hey, she got a lot of people to register to vote. That's a plus. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump yesterday was asked by a reporter about having a second debate, and here's what he had to say.
When you don't win, it's like a fighter. When a fighter has a bad fight, gets knocked out, or loses the fight, the first thing he says is, "We want a rematch."
Yeah, but most time the one that won the fight takes the rematch.
Yeah, it's an interesting spin he's putting on that. And again, I think there's some Republicans that think there was missed opportunities for former President Trump to come back at Kamala Harris. So I think even some within his own party are saying, it wasn't a slam dunk for Trump, that he is capable of doing better. I just wonder, with the polling, with it being neck and neck, do you want to risk it on either side? And it's just, again, another power move by Kamala Harris, who is now all about handshakes with the former president, both on the debate stage and, yesterday during 9/11 commemorations, they were standing near Ground Zero, and she went in for another handshake. So she is trying to definitely show who's the alpha, I guess. I don't know.
Or to show that, hey, look, I'm into unity. I'm into let's get it over. Let's get over our differences. I say that they should do another debate, and if they do one on Fox, I say let's leave the mics open this time and maybe have an audience.
Yeah, I know Fox News is proposing that October debate, and the moderators, I believe, would be Martha McCallum and Brett Baer,
which would be good.
Yeah, and again, leave the mics unmuted.
Yeah.
Let them just battle it out verbally and let the people decide.
That's the way it should be. That's the way it should have been on this first debate too. The muting of the mics, because they didn't really do it like they should have, because we kept hearing, them talk at each other, and yeah, sometimes the mics were both left open.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, the fact checking one candidate more than the other. I don't think that was well received.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. And this thing about the earrings, come on.
I don't want to believe that's true. And it doesn't even matter, which candidate we're talking about. Cheating is cheating. But I will say, I took notice of the earrings. I'm like, those are very unusual. That's, is that one earring or two? Like, what's going on there? And I saw the pearl on her left side, but then I couldn't really see the pearl on the right side. It was very kind of confusing to me. So I did take notice to those accessories, but apparently they resemble another set of Bluetooth hearing devices, specifically the Nova H1 audio earrings created by a German startup. So it's worth looking into.
Well, here's my thinking on that too. Either one of the candidates should have known what the questions were going to be coming into it. It's the economy, it's immigration, it's foreign policy, it's, what can you do to make the country, come back together? That's it. I mean, come on. We knew the questions.
Isn't that really difficult? Maybe I'm just going off of movies I've seen, but when someone's talking to you, in your ear, even when our producer Andrew Zimmel or EJ start talking to me and I'm trying to hear you, or I'm talking while they're talking to me, it throws me off. I can't complete my thought. So I would imagine that would be even more difficult on a debate stage where you have tens of millions of people watching you. I don't think that's something that would work out very well for either candidate if they tried that.
No, it takes a lot of practice, Charity, for having somebody talk in your ear while you're talking. I'm like you, though. When Andrew says something to me, I stop talking to hear what he's saying. 'Cause
Right.
Can't hear over myself.
Yeah.
Just one of those things, man. All right. Coming up at 6:50, we're going to give away a 4-pack of Spurs tickets to a preseason game. All you have to do is get on the Talkback feature available on that free iHeartRadio app. We're looking for a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama, something that will stick and maybe just go into Spurs broadcast. You never know. You never know. WOAI News Time, 6:16. And we're back. No, what's going on? No, but you know what I'm saying, though? Unless you do it every day, it's hard to get. Yeah.
Because you want to break in when the other person.
Yes.
You'll talk, right? And it's like, but then they need you to ask another response question.
Exactly. It's. I don't think that those were Bluetooth earrings. I mean, come on, man.
They already said $800, whatever.
$800?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I mean,
That's.
somebody made the point too. They were like $800 for a woman who's in her 60s, who's like, this is like the peak of her career.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense.
I guess, but shit, man, $800. That's a lot, dude. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then we're going to hear from you on the Talkback feature. We need a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama. We'll share those with you coming up. Charity, what else is going on?
Election officials across the country are concerned that changes with the U.S. Postal Service could delay ballots for November's election. The world's first all-civilian spacewalk took place this morning as part of the ambitious Polaris Dawn mission of SpaceX, and 2 San Antonio middle school students remain in juvenile detention after making threats to shoot up schools. We'll have the story right now, traffic and weather.
Mostly sunny skies today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. 73 degrees in Alamo Heights, 73 in Leon Valley, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 623. Normally, we do a Wembanyama Wednesday when we're giving away Spurs tickets, but we were a little busy yesterday, so this is your warm-up Wemby Spurs Day, as we'll call it. We're looking for a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama. I got a 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game, courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. You ready to hear from the people?
Let's do it.
All right, here's one.
Hey, this is Richard. Nickname for Victor. What about the Slender Bender?
Okay, Slender Bender. Okay, I like it. All right, here's a short one.
Here's a short one. My name's Gary. Spurbiama.
Spurbiama. Okay.
Okay.
Lisa's got one that I think is pretty clever.
Hi, this is Lisa from New Braunfels with Nacho Mama Wembanyama.
Funny.
Here's Alan.
Hey guys, good morning. This is Alan with Belden's Automotive. I would like to say a name for Victor. Let's call him Sky Wemby. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Sky Wemby.
I like that too.
That's a
he
good
does
one.
reach incredible heights.
Yes, he does. And our favorite California transplant checking in.
Hey, y'all, it's Mitchell, your favorite cat, California transplant. So I came up with a nickname for Victor Wembanyama. I think it should be V-Dub because he's got the wingspan of a Volkswagen Beetle. Thanks, y'all.
He's also got the initials, VW. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, let's try to get this one in here real quick.
This is Tech Dave, and I want to offer up Wembanyama as Win Big Yama. Win Big Yama, because win big or go home, Spurs. Let's do this thing.
Win Big Yama. It's catchy.
It is. It might get a little hard to say because you have to really put the emphasis on the big, but I think it can be done.
It can be done. All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning, I've got a few more to go through. We'll pick a winner, Charity. It's going to be tough, but we'll do it. Coming up at 6:50. Coming up at 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker. How are the polls? Did they change after that debate in Philly? We'll find out. WOAI News Time, 625. All right, everybody. Sorry, I was taking care of some business around here. I'm the only one here. Yeah, I like Wham Bam Yama too. Wham Bam Yama. I love that one. Statue of Liberty. Okay, Jacob, I like that one. How about the Eiffel Tower? All right, here comes Charity McCarty, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the presidential debate reviews are in, and SpaceX conducts the first commercial spacewalk. We'll have more. Right now, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in the mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Sunshine, a high in the mid-90s. Tonight's low near 73. Right now, 72 degrees. Reviews from critics are pouring in after the ABC News presidential debate on Tuesday. Fox's Kevin Corke has details on what exactly was said.
To read the critics, Trump didn't just lose. It was, quote, Trump's 9/11. Worst performance of his career, screamed the Drudge Report. Unheard said it was the night Trump lost the election. Politico opined it was Donald Trump's night in the worst possible way. But others said it frankly was not a fair fight. Actually, more like 3 against 1. Trump against the VP and the ABC moderators Muir and Davis, who, said critics, framed questions in order to hurt Trump and didn't fact check both candidates.
Nielsen data says the debate garnered over 57 million viewers across 7 networks, roughly 6 million more than the June debate between Trump and then candidate President Biden. Election officials across the country are concerned that changes with the U.S. Postal Service could delay ballots for November's election. Potential problems included postmarked ballots arriving too late to be counted, and in some cases, ballots were returned as undeliverable, even though they were reportedly properly addressed. Republicans, meantime, are refusing to bend to pressure and are keeping a controversial voter security plan as part of a larger government funding bill. Carrie Lucky has more.
The so-called SAVE Act, which requires proof of citizenship to register to vote, is pushed by Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. He says there is proof illegal immigrants are trying to cast ballots.
Since 2021, Texas has removed over 6,500 non-citizens from its voter rolls.
Opponents say citizenship is already a requirement to register. The standoffs creating overlooking the potential for a government shutdown. Former President Trump took to social media this week, urging his fellow Republicans not to back down. Carrie Lockie, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
House Speaker Mike Johnson is pulling a government funding bill after GOP support collapsed. A vote was scheduled for yesterday, but over a dozen Republicans withdrew their support for the proposed legislation that's tied to voter ID laws. The stopgap plan would keep the government funded into March. If a funding plan is not passed, the government will shut down on October 1st. Hurricane Francine made landfall in Louisiana yesterday, bringing widespread flooding and high winds to the south. Fox weather meteorologist Jane Manar is in Gulfport, Mississippi with more.
We're most concerned with now is the isolated tornado potential and the storm surge. Now, the storm, yes, Francine has made landfall as a Category 2 in southern Louisiana. It has since weakened to a tropical storm and is expected to continue to weaken as we go through this next, say, 12 to 24-hour period. We are still expecting a lot of rain. To that point, I want to jump over to Louisiana very quickly and stay in New Orleans, where we do have flash flood emergencies in place right now. We have over 300,000 power outages across southern Louisiana and a lot of rain.
President Biden approved an emergency declaration for Louisiana ahead of the storm's arrival. The world's first all-civilian spacewalk is taking place on SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission.
SpaceX copies. And EV2 for awareness, we're tracking an ingress time at O2 flow, 59 minutes.
American billionaire Jared Isaacman tested out the new pressurized spacesuits venturing outside the capsule. The hatch has now been sealed, with spacewalk expected to resume. Developing spacesuits that fit and function more like normal clothes than the highly restrictive and puffy white suits that have been used during spacewalks of the past is a key goal for SpaceX. 2 San Antonio middle school students are out of class and in juvenile detention after making threats to shoot up local schools.
Bexar County deputies arrested a 12-year-old boy from Gregory Luna Middle School after he allegedly threatened to shoot another student there and the school. He reportedly showed photos of firearms during a FaceTime conversation on Saturday. Deputies obtained a search warrant and seized a .380 caliber pistol with extended magazine, fake pistols, and body armor plates from his home. On Sunday, a different 12-year-old boy was arrested for making threats to shoot up several schools. These incidents come in the wake of a mass school shooting last week in Georgia. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An employee of the Uvalde Police Department is on paid leave for reportedly failing to release some video related to the Robb Elementary shooting. A judge ordered the release of records of the shooting last month after media outlets sued the city, the school district, the county, and DPS. An audit of the police department's servers turned up some body cam footage that had not been released. The Uvalde PD says an unnamed staff member is on paid administrative leave pending a final hearing and any appeals. A Rock and Roll Hall of Famer is being credited with saving a woman's life in Nashville. Here's Fox's Jack Callahan.
Rocker Bon Jovi was filming a music video Tuesday on a pedestrian bridge over the Cumberland River in Nashville when a distraught woman was spotted on the wrong side of the railing. Bon Jovi, a production assistant, approached the woman slowly, engaging her in conversation before finally helping her back across the railing and onto the bridge. Bon Jovi then embraced the woman, and together they walked to a safer part of the bridge. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy, Chris Duell is on vacation. Well, the Philly debate is now history. Will there be another debate? We welcome in White House correspondent John Decker. So, John, will there be another debate in your mind?
I don't think so. And I say that simply based upon what Donald Trump has said publicly in interviews and when questioned by the media. He believes that he won the debate. That's what he says publicly. You know, I think that's not the case, but he says, what's the point of doing another debate if I've won the first debate? And he also has indicated that he'd be open at the same time to potentially doing a debate on NBC. That debate would be in late September. And the Harris campaign has said if there is another debate, they would like to see one, it should be in early October. So there's not a meeting of the minds right now. I would be surprised if there is a second debate. I think the only time that we will have seen Trump and Harris on the same stage at the same time will have been Tuesday night in Philadelphia. I don't think we're going to see another opportunity for another debate the rest of this election campaign cycle.
John, with both sides claiming victory in the Tuesday debate, who would stand to benefit more from a second debate, Trump or Harris?
Well, it depends upon their performance. You know, if it's a repeat performance in terms of what we saw Tuesday night, it would be, you know, essentially 2 victories for Harris and 0 for Donald Trump. And, you know, look, to me, we've already seen the debate. You know, I've always wondered what other questions and what other forms of questions can you ask candidates after a 90-minute long debate? We've heard their plans if they become president. We see how they respond to each other. To me, it's just at the point of a second or third debate, it becomes just a show for the sake of a show. It really doesn't, you know, impact how voters think about these 2 individuals. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. I think that we will get an answer in terms of whether there will be another debate likely within the next week, because you have to organize it. You have to plan for it if indeed that happens.
Now, I know either NBC or Fox would love to have another debate because the ratings were through the roof. 67 million people. Now, is it 67 households or 67 million people?
I think it's 67 million people. I don't know the way that Nielsen
I don't either.
puts these numbers together. I've never understood that. But in any case, that's what the estimate is. And I think that they said that's a 30% increase over the people that watched the Biden versus Trump debate back in late June. So certainly a lot of viewers. And let's not also forget, you know, when you think about numbers of viewers, there are plenty of clips that people see post-debate, not just the full debate. And that accounts for a significant number of people as well. So a significant number of Americans at this point have seen at least some of Tuesday night's debate. And they've also heard, you know, what people have said about the debate, and that it was a good night for the vice president. It wasn't a good night for Donald Trump. And then, you know, does that make the decision for them as to whether or not they're going to vote for one or the other? Not that alone. For some, it may be the extra bit of information that they need But we will know within the next week about whether or not there was a bump that the vice president received as it relates to her debate performance on Tuesday night.
John, it's out there, so I got to ask, any information on your end about claims Kamala Harris's earrings were really a Bluetooth listening device?
No, that's the silliest thing. Tell me how that would work. She's talking in real time. Even it just doesn't work like that. No, she was well prepared. Some people may not understand that. She prepared for 4 days. Donald Trump prepared on a golf course, and that's what happens. In terms of what we saw on Tuesday night, in terms of the final performance that was given on Tuesday night for 90 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And I saw that the Harris Walls campaign is already capitalizing on Taylor Swift's endorsement, now selling $20 friendship bracelets. It sounds like they know what they're doing.
I didn't see that.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I didn't see that. And as it relates to Taylor Swift, I'd rather have the endorsement than not have the endorsement. That being said, I don't think it makes that much of a difference. Celebrity endorsements don't matter all that much. And I remind people, Taylor Swift also endorsed in a Tennessee Senate race the last cycle, and Marsha Blackburn was running against the candidate that was endorsed by Taylor Swift, and Marsha Blackburn easily won re-election. So I don't know if that applies to a presidential race, but that gives me a sense that these endorsements, whether it's Elon Musk or Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or Taylor Swift, they don't mean all that much. People make a decision based upon the candidates they have before them, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think the only thing that came out of that Taylor Swift endorsement was she got a lot of people to register to vote.
Well, that's right. That's the follow-up. If she had a link, in terms of registering to vote or getting more information about registering to vote, maybe she'll register votes at her upcoming remaining concerts that she has this fall. So that's another way that you can help out the candidate that you've endorsed in this presidential race.
Appreciate it as always. White House correspondent John Decker. Coming up, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to give away, Charity. We got 2 4-packs to give away. Our first one we're going to give away coming up after Charlie Parker gives us Those Were the Days. WOAI News Time, 6:45. Take care, Sika. Have a great day. Bob, have a great day. Let's see. Good morning, Bobby, Frankie, Travis, Bobby Snyder. Good morning. And Bobby Nieto, I'm with you, buddy. There's a lot of places here on Earth I'd like to see before I go up in space. Plus, I don't like to fly in a plane, man. You put me in a rocket, I'd probably freak out. Good morning, Connie. How the heck are you? Good morning, SWAT Cats. Oh my God.
Tuesday's presidential debate saw a big jump in viewership compared to July's presidential debate. The fate of the mission's new downtown stadium rests on a city council vote, and the world's first all-civilian spacewalk took place this morning as part of SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid 90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few clouds in the afternoon and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Then on Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. 73 degrees in Castroville, Texas, 73 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55. Normally, we give away first tickets on a Wembanyama Wednesday, but this is a warm-up for Wembanyama Wednesdays or Wembanyama Spurs Day. We've got a couple 4-packs of tickets to this preseason Spurs game, courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. We're going to give away the first 4-pack right here, Charity. Before we get to what I think is the top 3 or maybe top 4, let's hear a couple more that just came in.
Okay.
This is Drew from Kirby. A good one, I think, was Yummy Yama.
Yummy Yama. Okay. Here's another one.
Hi, this is Lynn in New Braunfels, and I have a nickname. How about Wembenito?
Wembenito. Ooh.
I mean, it is Pluto San Antonio.
Ooh,
so.
Lynn, Wembenito. I like that one, Lynn. All right. Okay. And of course, Kemper.
Good morning on this Go Spurs Go Thursday. Thinking about Wemby, he's definitely royalty here in San Antonio. We've had so many kings, David Robinson, Iceman, Manu, but Wemby's young, so he could be our prince. Go Prince, go. Seems easy to me. Have a great day, you all. So thankful for First News, keeping us informed.
She's so sweet.
I love Kemper.
She's so sweet.
Prince
the Prince.
Wemby. Okay.
Prince Wemby. Okay. Okay. That's not in the top 3, though.
All right. What you got?
Here's what I got as number 1 in the top 3. Let me get to it. Here it is. Yeah.
Good morning. This is a rideshare guy. I'm going to go with Limby Wimby because he has long limbs, and yeah, that's all I got. Y'all have a good one.
But it's
That's a good one. That's
it
a good one.
rhymes, It makes sense.
Actually,
yes.
I have 4. Here's another one that I think is in
Well,
the
this
top
is
right.
Tech Dave, and I want to offer up Wembanyama as Win Big Yama. Win Big Yama, because win big or go home, Spurs. Let's do this thing.
That's a good one.
It is.
That's a good one. This one I just personally like this one.
Hi, this is Lisa from New Braunfels with Nacho Mama Wembanyama.
But clearly, I think this one is the front runner, and I think this will be our winner. See if you agree with me, Charity.
Okay.
Hey, good morning, Charity. This is Trucker Dave here in San Antonio. I want to go with the name Wham Bam Yama. He's a winner, baby.
I like Wham Bam Yama.
You know what? I do too. And it's not just because Trucker Dave addressed me directly. It's a good one. That was creative, and I could just see the punch in the name.
Oh, God, yes.
You know, and I could hear Bill Schoening. That's what I'm talking about. Wham, bam, yama. You know, I could just feel it head to toe.
I like it. I like it. All right, so that's our winner. Chuck is our winner. I will give you the information, Andrew, when we get into the break. But look, just keep them coming because I got another 4-pack of tickets to give away in the 8 o'clock hour.
That's right. Someone else can win too.
Yeah, I do like Prince Wemby. I do like that one.
He is young, and you know, do we upgrade him eventually though to king?
He's got to earn it.
He does.
He's got to earn it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
All
Yeah.
right.
All right. So yeah, there we go.
So we can still carry over maybe
Yes.
Limby Wimby.
Oh yeah. We'll keep the ones that are in the top running until they get
Okay.
knocked off. We
All
can
right.
do that. Okay?
We'll do it.
I like that. I like that a lot. All right. Coming up in the rest of the show, 7:10. More on Tyreek Hill. He talked to the media yesterday and wants to get that officer that pulled him over fired. We're going to talk about that after we hear from him coming up at 7:10. And of course, Mike Opelka joins us at 7:20. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And then they just had the spacewalk this morning, Charity. I was watching it. Fox was showing it. I was watching it. We're going to check in with our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill. He's going to tell us the latest on Francine and what's going on with the spacewalk.
It's really incredible. First commercial spacewalk, and those space suits look awesome and a lot more comfortable than the traditional bulky space suits we've seen in the past. I mean, I don't even know how you bend a knee in those things, but these new ones that SpaceX is checking out, they look really cutting edge and comfortable.
They look good as long as they are functional. That's the big thing because you're in space.
Yeah, the oxygen flows through that
Yep.
suit, and hopefully this is a success. We'll see.
I do agree that they do look better than the big bulky ones that they used to wear with the bubble helmets.
hmm
Although I thought they were cool at the time, but they're kind of obsolete now. Let's move on to the new ones.
But just watching some of the spacewalk this morning, they were just kind of like lingering outside the hatch, and it makes me want to hyperventilate just seeing them breathe so heavy, and then just the expanse of space. I couldn't do it. It's a special person for that job for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't do it either. Like, I don't like to fly so much. Let's get in a rocket.
Yeah.
No. All right, Charity's got all the news you need to know right now. WOAI News Time, 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Francine is now a tropical storm. A critical vote takes place today tied to a downtown Missions baseball stadium. We'll have more right now. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Sunshine, a high in mid 90s. Tonight's low near 73. Right now, 72 degrees. After making landfall in Louisiana yesterday, Tropical Storm Francine continues to hammer the south with heavy wind and rain. Here's Fox Weather senior meteorologist Janice Dean.
45-mile-per-hour sustained wind, so it is a tropical storm. Made landfall yesterday around 5 p.m. Eastern time, and it's just north of New Orleans, the center of circulation. Top wind report over 100 miles per hour. It was a Category 2 storm when it made landfall, and it continues to move northward. We have wind gusts in excess of 28 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour in Slidell. So a big impact for a lot of states as the storm continues to push northward. The power outages, close to 400,000 without power for southeastern Louisiana, including the New Orleans area.
Meanwhile, the National Hurricane Center is monitoring 2 disturbances in the Atlantic. Initial viewership numbers show ratings soared for the first debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Nielsen reports more than 67 million people watched the showdown across the 4 major networks and 4 cable news channels. In comparison, just over 51 million tuned in for the June debate between Trump and President Biden. And some are asking whether the earrings worn by VP Kamala Harris in the debate were actually a listening device. Here's Fox's Sue Guzman.
There was widespread speculation by Trump supporters on X that those gold and pearl earrings worn by Kamala Harris Tuesday night were a state-of-the-art Bluetooth listening device, something banned by debate organizer ABC. People argue they bore an uncanny resemblance to audio earrings made by Nova H1. The Daily Mail reached out to the managing director of the company, who acknowledged the resemblance was striking, but neither confirmed nor denied it was their product. The company telling Just the News they're even developing a male version of the product that could be made available for the Trump campaign should they want it. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
All members of the SpaceX Polaris Dawn crew performed the first private spacewalk. Here's SpaceX engineer Sarah Gillis.
Stepping into max reach, do you have visual?
Affirm, we have visual on the nose cone.
All 4 crew members on board were exposed to the vacuum of space, but only billionaire tech entrepreneur Jared Isaacman and engineer Gillis left the capsule. The crewmates floated out with a safety tether that allowed them to safely breathe while going into open space after depressurizing the spacecraft. Earlier this week, the crew went higher than any other piloted spacecraft since the Apollo moon program 60 years ago. Speaking in Kyiv, Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced more than $700 million in humanitarian aid for Ukraine.
As we're meeting here today, we're again seeing Putin dust off his winter playbook, targeting Ukrainian energy and electricity systems to weaponize the cold against the Ukrainian people. That's why today we're announcing $325 million in new funding to help repair Ukraine's energy and electric grid.
And the remarks come a day after Ukraine fired a drone strike towards Moscow, marking the largest strike on Russia by the European nation. The San Antonio Missions minor league baseball team needs a new stadium, and city council is going to vote on it today.
Major League Baseball has told the Missions that Wolf Stadium, the team's home, is not suitable anymore. MLB is given until October 15th for a binding detailed commitment on a deal framework for a new downtown stadium. Essentially, several downtown city blocks near San Pedro Creek would have to be redeveloped, including the Soap Factory apartments. The deal involves moving those residents elsewhere in waves and obtaining a baseball field from SAISD's Fox Tech High School. The unnamed 4,500-seat stadium would open in 2028 at a cost of around $160 million. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A 12-year-old boy accused of threatening 7 schools online will remain in custody until his next court hearing. The juvenile suspect made his first court appearance yesterday after his arrest Sunday. He's accused of posting a picture of a gun along with the names of 7 San Antonio area schools and upcoming dates this month. The boy's mother told the judge he was just making a joke, but the probation department said he has a history of this sort of behavior. His next hearing will be on September 25th. Taylor Swift accepted the coveted Video of the Year award at the MTV VMAs yesterday, expressing gratitude for everyone who had a part in making the video for her song Fortnite with Post Malone.
Directing this video and putting it together and writing it was the most wonderful experience. And that is because of all the people that I got to make it with.
Swift racked up 7 awards throughout the night. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy, Chris Duell on vacation. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast makes his daily visit, brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. He joins us at 7:20. At 7:40, the latest on Tropical Storm Francine and the spacewalk that occurred a little bit earlier this morning with our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill. He'll give us all the details on that. And coming up right after traffic and weather together, wait till you hear this. Mostly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. And then Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. 72 degrees in Floresville, 72 at the Pearl, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10. Each and every weekday morning at this time, we bring you what we call Wait Till You Hear This. Now, Tyreek Hill, the Miami Dolphins receiver, pulled over Sunday morning on his way into Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. And if you saw the video, you saw him being handcuffed, being taken to the ground, and then eventually given a ticket and let go. And he talked about it afterwards where he could have done, Tyreek Hill said he could have handled it a little bit differently, maybe rolled his window down. Well, then yesterday he had a press conference in Miami, and here is today's Wait Till You Hear This.
Your lawyer has come out and said that he's looking for the dismissal of the officer. What does that mean?
Gone.
So you want the officer to be
Gone. He got to go, man. Because in that instant right there, like, not only did he treat me bad, you know what I'm saying? He also treated my teammates with, disrespect. He had some crazy words towards them, and they ain't even do nothing. Like, what did they do to you? They just walking on the sidewalk. So I don't know, bro. Like, he gotta go, man. Like, it's not too many times that cheaters say people gotta go, but what they say on Wild and Out, gone. No comprende.
That is Tyreek Hill yesterday at his press conference. And look, I saw the body cam footage. I saw what happened. Police officer asked him to roll his window down. He rolled it down just a couple of inches and handed his driver's license out through there. And then he kept telling him to roll his window down. He wouldn't roll his window down. He's moving around inside his car. I'm not a police officer. I've never had to pull somebody over, but that would bother me if I pulled somebody over and they roll their window back up and they start reaching for things because you don't know what they're reaching for.
Yeah, I mean, again, officers don't know what they're walking up on. And I noticed the tint on Tyreek's windows were extremely dark. So I imagine if I couldn't see through that window, the officers couldn't. And if they can't see what's going on, that puts their lives at risk. And even, Tyreek Hill said that if he could go back, he would do things a bit differently. And now he's calling for this officer to be fired. I mean, he was being uncooperative. I think the part that people are torn on is when he's on the ground being handcuffed. But it started with a series of him refusing instructions from officers. And I don't think it would have ever gotten to that point otherwise.
Yeah, if he would have just rolled his window down, handed him his ID and did everything like the police officer said, he might not even have got a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. But when you're, not following the officer's direction, then chances are you're going to get a ticket. And, maybe he didn't need to throw him down on the ground, but he does not need to be fired over this because he's probably got a family. This is his job.
Mm-hmm.
They've already suspended him or he's been, administrative leave right now.
Right.
Isn't that enough?
I would think so. Again, this was a series of bad actions, I think, on Tyreek's part. I mean, he was just rude from the get-go. Don't knock on my window like that. I mean, I would never talk to a police officer that way. And Hill was claiming that, he was taught to respect officers. That doesn't sound like respect to me.
No, it does not sound like respect at all. at all. It was almost like he was saying, "Do you know who I am?" without saying, "Do you know who I am?"
And they probably didn't know who he was. I mean, I don't know. I realize he's a star for the Dolphins, but I mean, you can't expect police to recognize everybody. You know, I mean,
They're just
it's
doing
just
their
like Justin
job.
Timberlake getting pulled over. I'm sure the cop had no idea who he was when he referenced some world tour he was on. You know, so
Oh, that's fine and dandy. Can I see your license, sir?
yeah.
Yeah. I just don't think calling for this officer to be fired, I think, is going way overboard. Way overboard.
And just because that's what Tyreek Hill wants, it doesn't mean he should get it.
No,
Let
he
the
should-
investigation play out, and
Thank you.
we should determine, did the officer act out of line? Did he follow protocol in that situation when the person that you pulled over is refusing to cooperate?
I like it. I like it a lot. I think that not having the officer fired, but just cooperating with the officer would have changed everything. And let's just face it, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now if he'd have done what he was supposed to do.
And let it be a teachable moment to other people who are hopefully paying attention. Like, this is not how you act when you get pulled over for a moving violation. It doesn't have to, escalate. Just act accordingly.
You've got kids that are going to eventually get old enough to drive, and that's a conversation I had with both of my daughters before they drove. If you ever get pulled over, this is what you do. This is what you don't do.
And I'm already talking to them about distracted driving. I'm like, you never mess with your phone while in the car, so we're already having little discussions before they even get behind
Don't
the
mess
wheel.
with your phone. That's for mommy to do.
That's right. If I'm in the passenger seat.
Exactly. All right, coming up, Mike Opelka makes his daily visit from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. WOAI News Time, 7:15. Wow, Grumpy, I used to work with the Carl Wigglesworth show, and I worked with Mary Denman on Saturday mornings, man. That's a long time ago, Grumpy. Tim, I agree with you. Driving a McLaren in a construction zone is just crazy. But when you got that much money, what the heck, man? What the heck? But take the ticket and move on, man. It's ridiculous. All right, got to get ready for Mike Opelka. Hang on. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, and then our daily visit with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Charity, what else is going on?
Tuesday's presidential debate saw a big bump in viewership. The first all-civilian spacewalk took place on SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission, and the punishment phase has concluded for the couple whose dogs killed an elderly man last year. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Mostly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. It is 72 degrees in China Grove, 72 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 721. Oh, you hear that music? You know it's time for our daily visit with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. And Mike, we're 42 days away from OpelkaCon.
I know. I'm headed to the surgery clinic today. I'm going to teeth crafters, hair crafters, face crafters, butt crafters, all the crafters. Going to get everything done. Sorry.
So, Mike, it appeared, yesterday there was a flicker of unity during 9/11 ceremonies. You had President Biden, VP Harris, former President Trump, his running mate JD Vance, all gathered together. I mean, I think you even saw Biden wear a Trump hat in a separate video. What is going on?
Well, you would hope we can do that, Charity. That's one of the things that makes this country great. You look at the peaceful transition of power after elections, and nobody really does it quite like we do it. You would think that at a sacred moment like that, the honoring of that horrific day, both sides could put everything down and come together. But when you talk about Joe Biden putting on the Trump hat, I understand a lot of people are saying, oh, he was being bipartisan. He was trying to reach across the aisle. I think Joe got hoodwinked there. And that picture is going to be everywhere. It already is. So it was fun to see them all yesterday standing respectfully, not playing politics. I like that. The other part, I don't know if Joe even knew where he was.
And look, with the ratings that the Tuesday night's debate got, why wouldn't there be another one?
Well, it depends on who thinks they can make the most out of it. Donald Trump, who I do believe knows he didn't do well, is telling everybody he won. And he's saying that when you win a fight, it's always the person who loses who says, I want a rematch. I want a rematch. And I keep thinking, nice try. But Donald Trump probably will do better if there is a second debate. But it also is the opportunity for him not to do better. So he's got to weigh out which one could be the decider. And I think you got to give him a couple weeks in polling to see if he'll actually make the commitment to do one more.
And Mike, there's some claims out there about Kamala Harris's earrings at the debate. Is this just some wild conspiracy theory, or is this something really to look into?
No, this is not any reality. These earrings are from Tiffany, and they look like the earbuds that people are talking about. But, there was no pause. You didn't see her like listening to the voice that would have been in her head. So while it makes for good chatter, I don't think there's even a snowball's chance in hell she was wearing earbuds.
So Carnival Cruise Line, apparently they don't show the movie Titanic on that ship?
No, it's the Titanic experience.
Oh, okay.
See, I'm afraid of cruise ships for many reasons.
The Petri dish?
They're floating malls to
Yes.
me. So I'm not a fan. But when you're out in Alaska and a Carnival cruise ship collides with a huge chunk of drifting ice, no, thank you. I'll just stay home and watch the ships on the sea from the comfort of my couch, the safety and the warmth of my couch.
And Mike, so cool. The first commercial spacewalk has taken place on SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission. And those spacesuits, they look sharp and a lot more comfortable.
They look very sharp, Charity, but did you see when they inflate them to compensate for the pressure? Suddenly you start looking like the Michelin Man. That was interesting. I was touched by the emotions of the SpaceX broadcasters when the young woman, Sarah, I think is her name, who started as an intern, was the second person to go out of the capsule and stand there. They all were a little choked up by it. But I also sent you guys a real brief clip of the commander who walked out first, and he pointed to Earth and he said, "We know we have a lot of work to do down there, but from up here, it looks pretty good."
It's
very cool. Very
That is
cool moment.
That is cool. So when are you going?
After I win the next lottery, because how much doesn't it cost? Like $250,000 just to go up into orbit?
I would hyperventilate. I got anxiety just looking at that spacewalk and hearing the heavy breathing and looking at Isaac men just peering out of that capsule and looking at the vacuum of space. It's just a tad terrifying to me.
Oh, it's completely terrifying.
Yeah.
But it also has to be awe-striking, to step out and to look back at the big blue marble that is our home and just think, I'm one of fewer than 100 people who have done this. That's astounding.
That is astounding. Mike, have a great day. That is Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka Podcast. You can catch him each and every weekday morning at this time. Speaking of the spacewalk, our space expert, Roy O'Neill, he'll join us coming up at 7:40. He'll talk Francine and spacewalk. Right now, WOAI News Time, 7:27.
Yeah.
Good morning, Trevin, Jesse, Connie, Travis. Hope everybody's doing good. Yeah, Jesse, I would love to have a stadium downtown. I just don't know if they put it. Where the hell is everybody going to park? We're all going to have to ride together like they planned the Alamo Dome that way with what, $2,500 parking spots in a building that holds 65,000. There's no parking downtown anymore at all. So having that stadium down there, I just don't get it, man. Why can't they just put money into the Wolf Stadium, man? Fix that one up, man. I know it'll cost a lot, but it's already there. I don't like that it's that far over there, but hey, I grew up over there, so why not? Good morning, Trevin. All right, I got to take care of some business. I'll be right here, but I'll be back.
7:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the presidential debate reviews are in and a historic spacewalk takes place. We'll have details. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high in the mid 90s, nights low near 73, right now 72 degrees. Reviews from critics are pouring in after the ABC presidential debate on Tuesday. Fox's Kevin Corke has more on what exactly was said.
To read the critics, Trump didn't just lose, it was, quote, Trump's 9/11. Worst performance of his career, screamed the Drudge Report. Unheard said it was the night Trump lost the election. Politico opined it was Donald Trump's night in the worst possible way. But others said it frankly was not a fair fight. Actually, more like 3 against 1. Trump against the VP and the ABC moderators Muir and Davis, who, said critics, framed questions in order to hurt Trump and didn't fact check both candidates.
And Nielsen data says the debate garnered over 57 million viewers across 7 networks, roughly 6 million more viewers than the June debate between former President Trump and then candidate President Biden. House Speaker Mike Johnson is pulling a government funding bill after GOP support collapsed. The vote was scheduled for yesterday, but over a dozen Republicans withdrew their support for the proposed legislation that's tied to voter ID laws. The stopgap plan would keep the government funded into March. If a funding plan is not passed, the government will shut down on October 1st. Republicans, meantime, are refusing to bend to pressure and are keeping a controversial voter security plan as part of a larger government funding bill.
The so-called SAVE Act, which requires proof of citizenship to register to vote, pushed by Congressman Chip Roy of Texas. He says there is proof illegal immigrants are trying to cast ballots.
Since 2021, Texas has removed over 6,500 non-citizens from its voter rolls.
Opponents say citizenship is already a requirement to register. The standoffs creating the potential for a government shutdown. Former President Trump took to social media this week, urging his fellow Republicans not to back down. Carrie Lockie, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Members of the SpaceX Polaris Dawn crew performed the first private spacewalk. Here's SpaceX engineer Sarah Gillis.
SpaceX, back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world.
Billionaire tech entrepreneur Jared Isaacman and Gillis floated out of the capsule with a safety tether that allowed them to safely breathe while going into open space after depressurizing the spacecraft. Earlier this week, the crew went higher than any other piloted spacecraft since the Apollo moon program 60 years ago. 2 San Antonio middle school students are out of classes and in juvenile detention after making threats to shoot up schools.
Bexar County deputies arrested a 12-year-old boy from Gregory Luna Middle School after he allegedly threatened to shoot another student there and the school. He reportedly showed photos of firearms during a FaceTime conversation on Saturday. Deputies obtained a search warrant and seized a .380 caliber pistol with extended magazine, fake pistols, and body armor plates from his home. On Sunday, a different 12-year-old boy was arrested for making threats to shoot up several schools. These incidents come in the wake of a mass school shooting last week in Georgia. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Both sides have rested their cases in the punishment phase for the San Antonio couple whose dogs attacked and killed an elderly man last year. Christian Moreno and Adeline Schneider pled guilty to the charges. The 3 dogs killed 81-year-old Ramon Nahara and injured Nahara's wife. All 3 dogs were euthanized. Yesterday, the jury heard testimony from character witnesses and watched a recorded police interview with Schneider. Sentencing is set for September 20th. The state is asking for the maximum of 20 years. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check up your money and the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T, along with Charity McCurdy, Chris Duell on vacation. Coming up at 8:20, Uncle Charlie is here. He's got Parker's picks for you. And, of course, at 8:40 this morning, we'll give away our second 4-pack of tickets to a Spurs preseason game. And it's very simple how you qualify for these tickets is you get on our iHeartRadio app, search 1200 WOAI. You'll see a circle with a microphone in it. You hit it. We call it a talkback. When you get there, we want to know a nickname for Wembanyama and Charity. We've had some good ones.
We really have, and at least like 4 really good ones.
And they're still coming in, and I've got some more that are pretty good that we'll share with you coming up at 7:50. And then, of course, we'll pick our second winner coming up at 8:40 this morning after we check in with Joe Pags to see what he's doing today. And we're waiting for our hookup with our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill. 2 topics, one on Hurricane Francine, or what was Hurricane Francine is now Tropical Storm Francine, and the spacewalk that just happened, and he's with us right now. So, Rory, let's start with Tropical Storm Francine. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, the winds have died down significantly. It came ashore as a Cat 2 hurricane, but the latest from the National Hurricane Center shows winds are now down to 35 miles per hour as the storm is now moving over land, making an interesting turn. It's going to go north and then northwest, which is not something we normally see with these kinds of storm systems, before ultimately dissipating and getting picked up and pushed off to the east. We're still talking, though, about an awful lot of people without power in Louisiana, nearly 400,000 as we speak. Also, 52,000 with no power in Mississippi, another 10,000 in Alabama. So there's still a lot of damage assessment going on just as the sun's coming up.
But it's also promising, Rory, that we're not hearing at this point about any major injuries or deaths.
Right. Look, there was a lot of storm surge with this one, but it came from the right direction that it caused minimal damage. But again, we'll have to wait and see what's going on here, see how quickly they can get the power restored. This, again, was a Category 2 system, nothing to laugh at, but Of course, not the big one. And keep in mind, this is the peak week of hurricane season. There are 3 other systems aside from Francine now being monitored. One of them's got a pretty good chance to turn into something, but it's way out in the Atlantic.
All right, from the earth to the skies. So we had a civilian spacewalk for the first time ever today.
Right. A crew of 4 inside a SpaceX Dragon capsule. They launched on Monday. They've been floating around, and today's spacewalks were the highlight of the mission so far, and probably likely of this whole 5-day trip. But we saw privately financed people going on spacewalks. That's something we've never seen before because, yes, they have spacewalks by Russia or Japan, but this is a commercial operation. Elon Musk and a billionaire tech guy named Jared Isaacman, they're putting together the money to get this done. So Jared was the first one out, really went out to about his kneecap, I'd say. They conducted some tests on a thing called, get this, Skywalker. Where they got them from, and some checks on the new suits.
Yeah, those new suits, they seem very mobile, and all indications are it was a success.
Yeah, it all looks very good. What's interesting is that they have to pop the top on the capsule in order to have the 2 people go out for spacewalks. There is no airlock. This thing is too small. So everyone, all 4 people had to suit up in functioning space suits because the entire interior of the capsule was exposed to the vacuum of space. So to get 4 spacesuits working simultaneously, that's nothing to sneeze at either. That all the leak checks passed, everything seemed to work out technically speaking. So a pretty big accomplishment. Now, I will say, I've watched a lot of spacewalks by astronauts at the space station over the years. Not a lot of cool stuff to watch in terms of their mobility. I mean, again, they went up out to their knees and then came back inside. So not a big walk, but the fact that this is being done with SpaceX technology by a private company, that's the notable stuff here.
So will they be doing this again, and how much does it cost?
Well, they won't say. Jared won't say how much he spent on this.
Okay.
Now, he booked 4 flights on SpaceX. This is his second flight. And on this mission are the pilot, Isaacman, and 2 SpaceX engineers. So 2 of the people on here are actually women who work for SpaceX and do some of the designing for the suit. By the way, these suits are much less bulky. Now, they don't do as much as a NASA suit does, but so they get to be a little bit more form over function, a little bit more stylish rather than what they're capable of. But they do look a lot better than what we see before that the NASA team uses.
Appreciate it as always. Our national correspondent, Rory O'Neill, coming up. We're going to share more of your talkbacks, a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama. WOAI News Time 745. All right, guys. Sorry, I was talking to the boss man and going through some talkbacks to see if we can come up with another winner. Got some good ones coming in. Some really good ones. Sleepy, Jesse, Travis, Trevin, everybody else that's here that I don't see your name. Good morning. Thanks for having us. So, Travis, you're telling me that wasn't an alien screaming out in space or somebody that was getting sucked out of the module screaming? Because really, in space, can they hear you scream? Have a good one, Connie. Yeah, don't fall asleep in class. I used to get in trouble for that. It's not cool. Candy. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, and then we're going to hear from you. We're looking for a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama, something that can stick. Best one's going to win a 4-pack of tickets to a San Antonio Spurs preseason game, thanks to our friends from Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. Charity, what else is going on?
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are back on the campaign trail following Tuesday's high-stakes debate. Now a tropical storm, Francine, has knocked out power to hundreds of thousands in Louisiana. And City Council will vote on the Mission's downtown stadium proposal today. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. 73 degrees at the Pearl, 72 in Von Ormy, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:52. Well, normally we do Spurs tickets on Wembanyama Wednesday, but yesterday we were a little busy, so this is a warm-up for Wembanyama Wednesdays, and we call it Wemby Spurs Day.
Sure.
Does that work?
Let's go with it.
So we're looking for a nickname for Victor Wembanyama, something that, he's been called the Alien. We've heard Slender Man. That was a good one, Charity, by the way, Slender Man. So we need a new nickname for him, and the best one we get is going to win a 4-pack of tickets to an upcoming Spurs preseason game. So here's the first one.
Yes, this is Tony from Marion. I think since everyone loves Victor, we could, and he's French, we could call him Yamore. Every time he scores a basket, you say, that's Yamore. Take care.
Okay, that's in the running. That's in the running. All right, here's Ashley.
Hey guys, this is Teacher Ashley in New Braunfels. Let's call him Mr. Nimbly Wimby.
Nimbly Wimby.
Okay.
Okay,
Nimble,
that-
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Okay.
Okay, that's not
Kind of like
bad.
a limby wimby.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
the Limby Wimby.
Okay.
All right, here's a good one.
A web for Wembenyama. Keep it simple. The web.
I'm thinking it's the web.
Ah.
It's in the running. It's
Okay.
in the running.
Okay.
This one is a really good one, and I can't believe anybody's not brought this one up yet.
Hi, this is Matt from Lavernia. My son and I are in the car, and he came up with a great idea. I think the Eiffel Tower. Anyway, y'all have a great day. Go Wembenyama.
The Eiffel Tower.
You know, we did the Twin Towers
Yeah.
for David Robinson.
Yeah,
and
that's not bad.
yeah,
That's not bad.
Duncan. Yeah, I like it actually.
I like it a lot.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Here's another one.
Good morning. This is Alan from San Antonio, Texas. Want to say a big shout out to all you guys. I really love Charlie Parker. He actually emailed me back one time about a gambling question. Thank you. For Wimby, I would like the name Mighty Yama. Thank you.
Mighty Yama.
It's catchy.
It's catchy. It's catchy. All right, here's another one.
Good morning. This is Mac in SA. I think that when Victor begins to find himself and come into his own, he is going to be as cool as a summer breeze. So they should call him Breezy Wembenyama. And every time he makes a basket, Bill Shonen can say, "That's a breezy threezy." Y'all have a good day.
That's good.
All right, here we go.
Good morning, WOAI News crew. We came up with Wimby the Skyscraper. Let's see where that goes. Looking for tickets. This is Tuesday.
All right, this could be the one to beat right here.
Morning, Cruise Top Rod. I got your winning Wimby nickname. Let's go with the Slim Reaper.
I like it. I like it.
The Slim Reaper. Okay.
I like it. It's got possibilities there. I like it a lot, actually.
And he seems to like those kind of scary characters. You know, he dressed up as Slender Man
Yes, he
for
did.
Halloween
Yeah, the
last year.
Slim
so-
Reaper. When everybody sees him, that's all they can think about is the Slim Reaper.
Mm.
All right, here's another one before we hit the break.
Hi, this is Renato from out here in Lockhart. I'd like to call him French Fry. Thank you. Bye-bye.
French Fry. I don't know about
Well,
that.
he's tall and slender, like a good French fry, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one that is possibility could be in the top ring here.
Morning, you guys. Everything's good. This is Robert from New Braunfels. Nickname for Wembenyama is Pepe Luwembe. You guys have a good day.
That's not bad. That's not bad, but I still like the Slim Reaper. I do like that one.
It is good. Okay, I'm writing these down because
I've
it's going to
got
be
'em.
tough to decide.
It is, and we have
Yeah.
to decide it coming up at 8:40 this morning between all the ones we have. It's going to be real tough. It's going to be real tough. And a special thank you to Hill Country Honda. You know, get more on 1604. They're providing the tickets. So that's really nice of them to do that. And thank you to everybody that's chimed in so far. You still got some time to get some more in.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't like mine, huh? Wow Benyama?
Wow, Benyama?
Yeah, that's what I came up with earlier. Wow Benyama.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, Victor Wow Benyama.
Yeah.
'Cause
What was the
everybody's-
one that won last hour?
That would be the Wham Bam Yama.
That's right.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
That's a good one. Wham Bam Yama. Just kind of rolls, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has a punch.
All right. Coming up at 8:10, there still seems to be a wage gap between men and women, and it's getting bigger. We'll get the details with our national correspondent, Erin Real. She joins us coming up at 8:10. Then, of course, Uncle Charlie at 8:20 with Parker's Picks, WOEI News Time 7:57.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Francine is now a tropical storm, and a critical vote tied to a downtown Missions baseball stadium happens today. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Sunshine, a high in the mid-90s. Tonight's low near 73. Get a move on. It is 72 degrees. After making landfall in Louisiana yesterday, Tropical Storm Francine continues to hammer the south with heavy wind and rain. Here's Fox Weather senior meteorologist Janice Dean.
45-mile-per-hour sustained wind, so it is a tropical storm. Made landfall yesterday around 5 p.m. Eastern time, and it's just north of New Orleans, the center of circulation. Top wind report over 100 miles per hour. It was a Category 2 storm when it made landfall, and it continues to move northward. We have wind gusts in excess of 28 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour in Slidell. So a big impact for a lot of states as the storm continues to push northward. The power outages, close to 400,000 without power for southeastern Louisiana, including the New Orleans area.
Nearly 400,000 are without power. Meanwhile, the National Hurricane Center is monitoring at least 3 disturbances in the Atlantic. Well, an American becomes the first person to perform a private spacewalk. Here's Fox's Evan Brown.
Nearly 500 miles above New Zealand, U.S. billionaire Jared Isaacman became the first human ever to spacewalk as a private venture.
Hatch is open.
SpaceX copies. Hatch open.
Isaacman exiting the SpaceX capsule as part of the mission he funded called Polaris Dawn.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world.
He and crewmate Sarah Gillis took turns outside the craft testing out SpaceX's new spacesuits designed for spacewalking.
I would say in all 3 translation axes, I'm having certainly cross-coupled movements.
The 2 spacewalks lasted shorter than an hour. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Initial viewership numbers show ratings soared for the first debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Nielsen reports more than 67 million people watched the showdown across the 4 major networks and 4 cable news channels. In comparison, just over 51 million tuned in for the June debate between Trump and President Biden. Meantime, Trump and Kamala Harris are back on the campaign trail today. Here's Fox's Rich Edson.
The two are campaigning across the country from each other. Vice President Kamala Harris is in North Carolina today. She has campaign rallies in Charlotte, then she heads over to Greensboro. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump's out west speaking this afternoon in Tucson. The campaign says Trump will address the economy and the rising cost of housing. Tomorrow, he holds a rally in Vegas. So the two are a continent away. It's unclear if they'll meet again on the debate stage. The Harris campaign called for a second debate immediately after the first and say they're entertaining all offers. Trump says he would do a debate on Fox or NBC, but he first needs to determine whether he wants to because he says he had such a great night.
Well, 12-year-old boy accused of threatening 7 schools online will remain in custody until his next court hearing. The juvenile suspect made his first court appearance yesterday after his arrest Sunday. He's accused of posting a picture of a gun along with the names of 7 San Antonio area schools and upcoming dates this month. The boy's mother told the judge he was just making a joke, but the probation department said he has a history of this sort of behavior. His next hearing will be on September 25th. And the San Antonio Missions minor league baseball team needs a new stadium, and city council is going to vote on it today.
Major League Baseball has told the Missions that Wolf Stadium, the team's home, is not suitable anymore. MLB is given until October 15th for a binding detailed commitment on a deal framework for a new downtown stadium. Essentially, several downtown city blocks near San Pedro Creek would have to be redeveloped, including the Soap Factory apartments. The deal involves moving those residents elsewhere in waves and obtaining a baseball field from SAISD's Fox Tech High School. The unnamed 4,500-seat stadium would open in 2028 at a cost of around $160 million. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A Texas execution scheduled for next month will proceed as planned. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals declined to stop the execution of Robert Robertson, who was sentenced to death in 2003 for killing his 2-year-old daughter. Robertson claims his conviction was based on what his attorneys call the discredited shaken baby hypothesis. The execution is scheduled for October 17th. Taylor Swift accepted the coveted Video of the Year award at the MTV VMAs last night, expressing gratitude for everyone who had a part in making the video for her song Fortnite with Post Malone.
Directing this video and putting it together and writing it was the most wonderful experience. And that is because of all the people that I got to make it with.
Swift racked up 7 awards throughout the night. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Mr. T along with Charity McCurdy. Chris Duell out this week. Uncle Charlie's in the building. He'll have his picks coming up at 8:20, but right after traffic and weather together, we'll check in with our national correspondent, Aaron Rial. For the first time in 20 years, the wage gap between men and women has widened. She'll explain coming right up. Mostly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. It is 72 degrees in Alamo Heights, 72 in Leon Valley, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:10. For the first time in 20 years, the wage gap between men and women has widened. We welcome in our national correspondent, Aaron Rial. So what do you mean by widened? How big has it gotten over what it used to be. I think men's median earnings rose 3% last year. And what did the women's raise go up last year?
1.5% compared. So the median woman working full time last year earned 83% of what the median man earned. That's down from 84% the year prior. It's still above the pre-pandemic levels. And I want to be clear, we've been closing the gap, but it's been very slow going. In 2000, women only earned 74% of what men made. So we're going in the right direction, but it's clear that it's not linear. And some years we take a step back.
So, Aaron, as far as some of the reasons women are being paid less than men, how does one's level of education factor into it?
Quite a bit. That is a big part of it. But at the same time, women make up the majority of low-wage workers in the U.S., partially because they're trying to figure out how to make money and also care for children at the same time. And jobs that can accommodate like more flexible schedules, they do tend to pay less. And then also, what's interesting is that the wage gap doesn't mean that women earn less than men for the same jobs, though that does happen occasionally. But what it means is that like jobs typically done by women often pay less than those done by men. I'll give you an example. A housekeeper typically doesn't make as much as a janitor. So it's that kind of pay differential that makes the big difference in terms of earnings.
Well, house cleaner and janitor are similar but completely different jobs.
Yes, exactly. And I think that therein lies like the difference in pay. And women are also far more likely to take time out of their workforce because of childcare needs. So that will lead to career setbacks. That winds up costing them money down the line. And then beyond that, it's not wrong of an employer to be like, I need you here. Of course they do. But if you want to have children and have that be a part of your life, it's impossible to do two things at once. And I think that this is one of those bigger questions. Like meritocracy is so important, and gender and identity politics are so popular right now. But meritocracy, if you're good and you can do the job, you should get paid regardless to whether or not you're male or female, and you should be paid well.
I'm sorry, I was just looking for that 3% I was supposed to have risen on my median earnings last year. Have a great day. That's our national correspondent, Aaron Rial. So coming up, Uncle Charlie is in. He's got his picks, and we still need to find a winner for those Spurs tickets. I've got a 4-pack of Spurs preseason tickets to give away coming up at 8:40, and it's simple how you get them. Just go on the free iHeartRadio app, search 1200 WOAI. You find it. Look for the circle with the microphone in it. Hit it. You got 30 seconds. We're looking for a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama. The best one's going to win that 4-pack. WOAI News Time, 8:13. just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Before we get to you, Charity, I've got a lot of talkbacks, so let's share a couple with you right now. Here's another one. We're looking for a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama. Best one wins a 4-pack of Spurs preseason tickets, courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. Here's one.
Hey, this is Moses in San Antonio. I think we should call Wemby Daddy Longlegs or Wemby Longlegs. Either one of those I think is pretty good.
Okay. This is an interesting one.
Hey, this is Chongo out in Cibolo. Long-time listener, but the first-time caller. You're looking for a nickname for Wembanyama? Well, the Lakers had the Mamba. Why not the Spurs have the Viper? Take care.
Then everybody thinks it's Top Gun.
Oh, well, that's understandable. What a great movie.
Well, we already had an Iceman.
We had an Iceman. Oh, you know what? Then maybe we need a Viper.
Yeah.
That's Charlie Parker, by the way. All right, here's another one.
Good morning. This is Chad from New Braunfels. The winning Wembanyama nickname is the Tower of Power.
Okay, well, there's your winner. He just said so. All right, we got time for one more. Let's see if I can pick a good one. Yeah, here we go.
Good morning. This is Mariana, San Antonio. Slimby Wimby. Just because it's kind of fun to say, rolls off the tongue. Slimby Wimby.
Slimby Wimby. Yeah.
I just don't want it to come off as like he's weak or something, because he's not.
Or
He's a
or
powerhouse.
very skinny.
Yeah, but he's gained a lot of muscle.
I know he has.
so-
He's put on a lot. I like Wembanyama, but nobody brought that one up other than me. Sorry. All right, Charity, what else is going on?
Donald Trump will be in Arizona while Kamala Harris will be in North Carolina today following Tuesday's debate. 2 San Antonio middle school students remain in juvenile detention after making threats to shoot up schools. And the world's first all-civilian spacewalk took place as part of the ambitious Polaris Dawn mission. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Mostly sunny today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. 72 degrees at Fort Sam Houston, 72 in Lavernia, 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 8:19. Well, it is a Thursday. It is 8:20, so you know it's time for our visit with Uncle Charlie. So, Uncle Charlie, before we get to your Parker's picks, you got any good games to watch this week?
There's not a lot of great games going on in college or in the NFL, but there's some
interesting,
decent matchups going on. It's week number 2. The NFL begins tonight with Thursday Night Football,
Which is a good game. Yeah.
Prime only.
Yes.
Prime video only. Buffalo at Miami. I'm interested to see if Tyreek Hill gets pulled over and handcuffed again on his way to the stadium.
Maybe you should hire a driver.
Yeah. Then on Sunday, the Saints are at the Cowboys. Both were big winners last week. Saints beat Carolina. Cowboys annihilated Cleveland. That's a noon game on Fox. So 2 weeks in a row, Cowboy fans will be getting one Tom Brady, who I thought did a pretty decent job.
I thought you did a good job.
Texans are Sunday Night Football. That's NBC and Peacock. Bears at Texans. Tampa Bay at Detroit might be a good game. Browns at Jaguars. Both were losers in week 1, so they need to get back into shape. 49ers at Vikings might be, depending on whether McCaffrey plays or not. And other than the Cowboys in the NFC East, the Giants are at Washington. We're looking for a 0-0 tie.
That would be great.
And the Falcons are at the Eagles on Monday night. College football, Week 2 begins tonight. Arizona State is at Texas State. That game's on ESPN. The line started Texas State -2.5. It then went to -1.5. As of this morning, that game is off the board.
Really?
So it's basically they're saying
it's a pick.
It's even. UTSA is at Texas on Saturday here on WOAI 6 o'clock and on ESPN television. Oh, by the way, I guess I should have said Texas is number 2.
Yes.
And the Longhorns are 35-point favorites.
Man.
Air Force is at Baylor. Army and Navy are off in the top 25. Number 1, Georgia's at Kentucky. 16th ranked LSU at South Carolina.
That could be a really good game.
That could be, or it could be
a blowout.
Really, really ugly. Number 8, Oregon is at Oregon State. That's always an interesting matchup. And Memphis, 2-0 in Tallahassee to take on the 0-2 Florida State Seminoles.
That could turn out to be a pretty good game.
Could Florida State if Florida State goes to 0-3,
that coach is gone.
You fire him?
I would.
Okay. Be interesting. Okay, Parker's picks. Currently, after 2 weeks, I am 5 wins and 1 loss.
That's pretty good.
Now, these are just straight up picks.
So no points.
No points.
Okay.
And I'm trying not to pick games that are guaranteed, that make it easy for me.
So what do you mean by that? Like big favorites?
Like Georgia and Kentucky.
Okay.
Oh, no, here's a better example. Taking Texas over UTSA.
Yeah.
No,
a straight up pick. A straight up pick.
So I'm
yes.
trying to pick games that could go either way just to keep it interesting.
Okay.
Number 4, Alabama at Wisconsin.
Ooh.
I'm taking Alabama.
Okay.
University of Central Florida, UCF at TCU.
Ooh.
I'm going to take the Bulls, UCF. And Texas A&M is at Florida.
Wow.
I'd really like to take the Aggies, but I don't trust their quarterback.
No.
And it is in the swamp. And Florida's not off to a great start. They need to it's only week 2, but they need to get their act back together. I'm going to take the Gators.
Okay.
So I'm going to take the Crimson Tide, UCF, and I'm going to take Florida over Texas A&M. And I'll predict that this time next week I will be
8-1,
6-3.
You think you're going to lose 3?
I think I'm going to lose 2.
2. Okay. You think you'll lose 2?
I think TCU. Well, I think TCU could win.
Yeah.
They should, even though UCF is the favorite. And
Florida could.
I'm hoping that I missed the Texas A&M.
Yeah, that could be the one you lose.
Yeah,
that could be the only one you lose, though.
So it's going to be a decent weekend of football.
All right, so back to Tom Brady. You thought he did pretty good. I thought he did. Okay, there were times, though, where I forgot it was him.
Yeah.
And when he got excited, his voice would go up, and I forget it was him. And then I realized,
his voice doesn't go up.
I know,
when you get
but
excited.
that's what I mean. But I just, that would make me forget it was him because I didn't recognize the voice when he got excited. I thought he did fine. I think he's going to get better.
I got some text from some people during the game going, he's struggling. And I thought to myself, doesn't sound like he's struggling to me.
No.
And he looked rather dapper.
He always looks rather dapper.
Yeah.
Even in a football uniform, after a game, he looks dapper.
And I don't think a lot of people take into account or know
what
that a color analyst job is either made more difficult or easier by the play-by-play guy. And he's really working with a good one there.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he is. Burkhardt is really good.
Yeah, he is.
All right, so your Parker's picks look good. Anything else you got before we let you go?
I don't know. Have you had the kitten tacos?
No, but I did have the dog on a stick. It was really good.
Just
it was really good.
Just wondering if anybody's taken that bait.
No, but that's what I had for breakfast. But thanks for asking. All right, coming up at 8:40, we'll hear from Joe Pags and see what he's got going on this afternoon, and we'll pick a winner for our second 4-pack of Spurs preseason tickets, courtesy of Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604 WOAI News Time, 8:26.
8:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the presidential debate reviews are in, and SpaceX conducts the first ever commercial spacewalk. We'll have more first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Here, Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Sunshine, a high of 95. Tonight's low near 73. Right now, 73 degrees. Reviews from critics are pouring in after the ABC News presidential debate on Tuesday. Here's Fox's Kevin Cork.
To read the critics, Trump didn't just lose. It was, quote, Trump's 9/11. Worst performance of his career, screamed the Drudge Report. Unheard said it was the night Trump lost the election. Politico opined it was Donald Trump's night in the worst possible way. But others said it frankly was not a fair fight. Actually, more like 3 against 1. Trump against the VP and the ABC moderators Muir and Davis, who, said critics, framed questions in order to hurt Trump and didn't fact check both candidates.
And Nielsen data says the debate garnered over 57 million viewers across 7 networks, roughly 6 million more than the June debate between former President Trump and then candidate President Biden. Meantime, an online rumor is now spread, and a small town in Ohio is bearing the brunt of it. Here's Brad Hamilton.
Springfield, Ohio, just north of Dayton, has a population of about 58,000. Since 2020, 15,000 Haitian migrants have moved into the city. In recent weeks, however, an internet rumor has put the town in the national spotlight. The rumor gained even more attention when former President Donald Trump referenced it during Tuesday night's debate.
The people that came in, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets.
Despite statements from Springfield city manager and Republican Governor Mike DeWine, both denying any evidence to support these claims.
No credible evidence of that story of Haitians eating pets.
In Springfield, Brad Hamilton, Fox News.
And VP Kamala Harris will be on the campaign trail today in the key battleground state of North Carolina for a pair of rallies. Meantime, Trump is scheduled to speak in Tucson, Arizona. House Speaker Mike Johnson is pulling a government funding bill after GOP support collapsed. A vote was scheduled for yesterday, but over a dozen Republicans withdrew their support for the proposed legislation that's tied to voter ID laws. The stopgap plan would keep the government funded into March. If a funding plan is not passed, the government will shut down on October 1st. Members of the SpaceX Polaris Dawn crew performed the first ever private spacewalk. Here's billionaire tech entrepreneur Jared Isaacman.
SpaceX, back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, Earth sure looks like a perfect world.
Isaacman and SpaceX engineer Sarah Gillis floated out of the capsule with a safety tether that allowed them to safely breathe while going into open space after depressurizing their spacecraft. Earlier this week, the crew went higher than any other piloted spacecraft since the Apollo moon program 60 years ago. 2 San Antonio middle school students are out of classes and in juvenile detention after making threats to shoot up schools.
Bexar County deputies arrested a 12-year-old boy from Gregory Luna Middle School after he allegedly threatened to shoot another student there and the school. He reportedly showed photos of firearms during a FaceTime conversation on Saturday. Deputies obtained a search warrant and seized a .380 caliber pistol with extended magazine, fake pistols, and body armor plates from his home. On Sunday, a different 12-year-old boy was arrested for making threats to shoot up several schools. These incidents come in the wake of a mass school shooting last week in Georgia. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Texas Republicans want to prevent companies with ties to China from gobbling up land in the Lone Star State for wind farms. But at a hearing this week, energy regulators say there are already policies in place to protect the power grid.
The market participant must attest that they do not meet the foreign citizenship, ownership, or headquarters criteria.
Chad Seeley with ERCOT says wind farms are also banned from using equipment that's brought in from China. This is all part of something called the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. This debate started several years ago when a wind energy company backed by a Chinese billionaire tried to set up shop near Laughlin Air Force Base. A Rock and Roll Hall of Famer is being credited with saving a woman's life in Nashville. Here's Fox's Jack Callahan.
Rocker Bon Jovi was filming a music video Tuesday on a pedestrian bridge over the Cumberland River in Nashville when a distraught woman was spotted on the wrong side of the railing. Bon Jovi and a production assistant approached the woman slowly, engaging her in conversation, before finally helping her back across the railing and onto the bridge. Bon Jovi then embraced the woman, and together they walked to a safer part of the bridge. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Coming up, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute before we turn things over to Glenn Beck at 9 o'clock. This afternoon, the Joe Pags Show, every weekday afternoon, 5 to 8. And Joe, still talking about the debate, aren't we?
That's right, Tim. Everybody's talking about it around the water cooler, in their cars on the way to and from school or work, and maybe around the dinner table. The debate is still top of mind, but it's not all we'll talk about today. We've got Dinesh D'Souza on, movie maker and author, and of course, great speaker. He is from India. We're going to talk about the heritage of the name Kamala and why people are saying you're somehow racist if you say Kamala. And the racist or racism allegations have to do with the fact that she's black, although the name is Indian in nature and heritage. We'll talk to Dinesh about that, plus his new movie called Vindicating Trump. That plus Robert Greenway used to be in the Trump administration. He's a national security expert. Talk to him about 9/11, 23 years later, and a whole lot more. The Joe Pags Show coming your way at 5, right here on News Radio 1200 WOAI. Have a good morning.
Thanks, Joe. That is Joe Pags, and you can catch him each and every weekday at 5 o'clock, 5 to 8. All right, so we're giving away a 4-pack of Spurs tickets to a Spurs preseason game. We're calling it a warm-up for Wembanyama Wednesdays or a Wembanyama Spurs Day, and it's all courtesy of our friends at Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. So, Charity, there's so many to choose from. I'll play a couple more that just came in since the last time we played some and see if we can add to the, I guess, list of really, really good ones like this one.
Hi, this is Lola from Helotes. How about Winby the Spur? Winby the Spur, Winby the Spur. Shout out to Rooster and Miss M getting married this weekend. Take care. Love y'all. Bye.
Okay, that's a, Winnie the Pooh kind of.
Uh-huh.
All right, here's one more.
Insurance Papa here from San Antonio for the Spurs tickets. Ain't no Yama like the one I got. Y'all have a good day.
Ain't no Yama like the one I got. It kind of rolls, though. It kind of rolls, but
it's
that's
long, a little long.
Yeah, a little
but,
long, a little long. All right, last one before we pick a winner, Charity.
Okay.
This is Shanna from Marion. I say we should call him Vic the Stick.
Well,
Again, it's like, would that be offensive to him?
I don't know. I don't know exactly context there. I'm
Does
not
that mean he's
sure.
brittle? I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. So many things I don't really want to say that I don't know. Okay.
All
All right. I got it down to these, Charity. See which one you like best. All right. Here's the first one to pick from.
Okay.
Hi, this is Matt from Lavernia. My son and I are in the car, and he came up with a great idea, I think. The Eiffel Tower. Anyway, y'all have a great day. Go Wembanyama.
We had the Twin Towers, David and Tim, so why not? Yeah, I like that. Tower of Power.
All right.
I like that one. All right. Eiffel Tower, sorry. All right, here's another one.
Morning, Cruise Top Rod. I got your winning Wemby nickname. Let's go with the Slim Reaper.
See, I like that one.
I do too.
I like the Slim Reaper. Oh, man. Ooh.
Any more? Any more?
Yes. Here's one more.
Hey, this is Moses in San Antonio. I think we should call Wemby Daddy Longlegs or Wemby Longlegs. Either one of those I think is pretty good.
All right, so I've narrowed it down to the Eiffel Tower, Slim Reaper, or Wemby Longlegs.
Or Wemby Longlegs. Okay.
Yeah, Wemby Longlegs.
Wasn't there a Viper one from
Yeah,
Chongo?
yeah, from Chongo. You like that one?
It was good. Okay, I think it should be the Slim Reaper, Top Rod.
I like Slim Reaper. There's your winner.
Okay.
All right. Slim Reaper has picked up our second 4-pack of Spurs preseason tickets, brought to us by our friends at Hill Country Honda. Get more on 1604. I will give you the information, Andrew, as soon as we get into the break. But God, there were so many, Charity. So many.
It was incredible what they're able to come up with. And there was more than just a couple of good ones.
Oh.
It's just we had to narrow it down, and that's the toughest job.
And the
of
problem
all.
is we only have a 4-hour show. So it was really hard to come up with. I mean, I had to go through a bunch of them just to get to where we were.
Yeah, but we're going to be continuing to
Yes.
give out these Spurs family 4-pack tickets. So there's going to be other opportunities.
Yes, sir. Well, and then in the regular season, Wembanyama Wednesday returns.
Ooh.
So there is that as well. All right, coming up, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute before we turn things over to Glenn Beck at 9 o'clock. WOAI News Time, 8:45. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And coming up, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute before we turn things over to Glenn Beck at 9 o'clock. Charity, what else is going on?
Well, Tuesday's presidential debate saw a big jump in viewership compared to June's debate. The fate of the mission's new downtown stadium rests on a city council vote taking place today, and the world's first all-civilian spacewalk happened as part of SpaceX's Polaris Dawn mission. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Mostly sunny skies today, highs in the mid-90s. Tomorrow, sunshine along with a few afternoon clouds and hot, highs in the upper 90s. Saturday, cloudy and hot, highs in the upper 90s. 73 degrees at the Snake Farm, 73 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 8:51. I want to thank everybody for their input this morning. We were looking for a new nickname for Victor Wembanyama. I mean, people, I got so many, Charity, there's no way we could have played them all this morning. I just want to thank everybody.
How do we settle on the one? I mean, we had Wham Bam Yama.
I love that one.
And the Slim Reaper were the winners.
You know, they could go back and forth between both of them.
Okay.
You know, I mean, why not? That would work. I like that.
I mean, I just see merchandise and
That's what I'm thinking.
Wembanyama's future here.
That's what I'm thinking. So when you were younger, did you watch any soap operas at all?
You know, kind of, not enough to follow the plot, the storyline, because my mom was watching it as the world turns.
Mhm.
I remember that was a big one. Days of Our Lives, General Hospital.
Yeah, see, General Hospital was the big one when I was in high school with the Luke and Laura thing was going on. And actually would be, I got out of school early because I worked, and there would be guys coming over to my house, and we would sit around and watch General Hospital.
Okay.
I loved it. It was great. It was good times back then, though. There was a very good story going on. Victor Kiriakis, his island. It was great. And let's just face it, they got hot women.
That's what it comes down to. That's
Really.
the only reason I didn't demand your man card.
Exactly.
I knew that was what was behind it.
Well, and I'm sure my wife is going to love this because Hallmark is doing a Christmas movie based on All My Children. It's called Christmas in Pine Valley. Now, there's no word whether Erica Kane will be involved in that. That's Susan Lucci's character. But it ran for 41 years, 1970 to 2011, and they're doing a Christmas movie about it. Lifetime is, and it's called Christmas in Pine Valley.
I can't wait to miss it.
I know.
Yeah.
You and me both. Let me tell you how it works out here. I've got the formula down. Something will happen to where somebody's lost the Christmas spirit. They'll go to Pine Valley and realize that Pine Valley is doing a really good job of bringing the Christmas spirit back, that everything starts to go real well. Then the bad thing happens. About 40 minutes left in the movie, there will be some sort of conflict. And then they'll resolve that conflict. And by the end of the movie, they'll have refound the Christmas spirit, and Pine Valley will live happily ever after.
Okay.
That's the formula for every one of these movies. It always works. Like I've actually done research sitting there watching them while my wife's watching the Hallmark ones. It's the same thing on Lifetime. There is a formula because at about 40 minutes left in the movie, I'll look at it and go, okay, it's time for the conflict.
Yeah.
And it'll hit.
It's got to be one holiday at a time for me. Speaking of which, do you have any Halloween decorations out yet?
No,
No. Do you even do Halloween decorating?
not anymore.
Because you don't have trick-or-treaters.
I haven't had a trick-or-treater in 25 years.
Wow.
Because it's not time efficient out where I live. There's too much room between houses
Yeah.
to where the kids go,
Their legs get tired.
Yeah. What they do is the street that's, I guess over the next street over from me, they do like a block party where they have hay rides for the kids
Oh,
and all
cute.
kinds of stuff. That way it keeps them from, because if they're out walking on those roads and it starts to get dark out there, I wouldn't want kids out there at all.
Yeah, here it is September 12th, and I'm already seeing Halloween decorations out on front lawns. And I'm like, I'm a fan of Halloween. I like getting my kids, dressed up. They like picking out their costume. But I think it's a little too soon to decorate. It's kind of like Thanksgiving. You got to do that first before you really get jazzed up about Christmas and bust out all the decorations of the tree. But maybe that's just my household.
Well,
I don't know.
I just got a brand new Christmas tree. Sydney found it
Ooh.
someplace and it showed up at the house last Sunday. So yeah, we're ready for that. But when the kids were around, when my girls were around, I loved Halloween. It was one of my favorite holidays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved going trick or treating with them, and I would dress up just like they would.
And I do want to see the new Beetlejuice movie.
So do I.
With Jen Ortega. I think it'll be good.
Look, the first one was great.
Mhm.
First one was great. So I'm just waiting. I figure by Christmas it should be out on the streaming services.
Well, the fact that also, you've got Michael Keaton in it,
Mhm.
and who's the other one? The Winona Ryder.
Yeah, Winona Ryder, yes.
And who's the other original woman that was in
See, I
Beetlejuice?
thought that was the only two that were in there.
Okay, the mother of Winona.
She's coming back?
I
Okay.
believe so. She makes an appearance in it
Okay,
as
she
well.
was the same
Yeah.
mother that was in.
Catherine O'Hara.
There
that's
you go.
the name.
She was
Okay,
in Home
yeah.
Alone. Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
yes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Mhm.
All right, Charity, we'll do this again tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow is Friday, which means Fridays with Beamer will do the extended dance mix. He will be in at 7 o'clock tomorrow.
And we wear red.
That's right. We do wear red on Fridays. WOAI news time is 8:55.